Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, y'all. It's Wednesday already, man. And we're going to have an amazing first session today. Hey, Elder, I see you number one on the charts. Yo, what's up? How you doing? Man, listen, YouTube ain't get you today because they scammed you out that number one spot a couple of days ago. But good to see you at the top of the list, the first one, man. Good morning. Hey, Taylor, good morning. Visual Light, good morning. Amaya, good morning. Hey, Bree, what's up? Good morning. Hey, Anir, good morning. King Core, Corey, good morning. Hey, Miss Simone.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning, Miss Simone.
Oh, so happy.
How you doing today?
I'm feeling really great today. I slept good. I got the hoops on. I'm here with my favorite people. Today is going to be a good day.
Hey, yeah.
Good day.
Yeah. Good morning, Keon. Good morning, Jordan. Good morning, James. I ain't even gonna comment, yo. I'm not even gonna comment, yo. Elder was first, yo. We ain't seen James first all week, so you know what? I give up. I give up. Good morning, Kamaya. Success Session.
Kamaya, Miss Success Sessions.
Yo, my favorite name, yo. Good morning, Jada. I see you. Good morning, Marcus Allen. Hey, yo.
Now,
shout out to Marcus Allen, yo. Now Faith, yo. If you still debating on what mask to get, yo, get a Now Faith mask, yo. This man is praying over all his masks. He's saying a faith prayer over all the masks. And yo, my man literally making money in his sleep now. He sent me a text early this morning, like, yo, I woke up the orders. I'm like, yo, that's how you do it. Right? Yo, that's how you know you working. You waking up the money. Good job, Marcus Allen. Y'all make sure y'all cap your Now Faith mask. Yes. Q, good morning, Q.
Yes, we got our eggs and bacon.
Got the eggs and bacon. Hey, hardcore. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes. Hey, Ma. Y'all, Ma got a very special announcement. Yo, before we do anything in life, y'all, he gotta do this special announcement real quick. Y'all, we got a serious session for y'all today. This boys versus girls. So I'm very, very excited to get into this. But yo, we absolutely gotta have Ma take just 40 seconds. Ma, can you take 40 seconds and jump on here real quick with your news? Yo, y'all gonna want to hear this. I'm sending you the link right now, Ma. Just jump on real quick before I get the boys and girls on here. Yo, I can't believe it's Wednesday already. Yo.
Time just flies.
Time is going by, yo.
The other day,
time is going by.
Happy May. I'm like, oh, shoot, what? Shut up.
We here already.
I felt a little attacked. I'm like, what do you mean it's May?
We here already. Yo, we giving Ma 45 seconds, y'all, to come on and tell his big news, y'all. Ma,
hey,
what's
I
up,
was just washing my face. Wow.
It's all good, though. We need this. I promise y'all this is worth it. Yeah. Give it to us.
All right, y'all. So, if you know about my situation, this year has been a very hard year for me. For me to get bullied and having all these issues going on in school and stuff. And I wasn't a person that really like speak up and stuff like that. But I finally spoke up and I told this lady, Miss Alicia, that all this bullying and stuff been going on and stuff like that. And she gave me a great opportunity to meet Steve Harvey. Yes, Steve Harvey. So I'm super excited. The lady she had sent me information yesterday. She had talked to my mother and stuff, and they're looking forward to getting me auditions for Chicago PD and all that kind of TV shows and stuff like that. So I'm super excited. This is a great opportunity. Not a lot of people can get this opportunity, but I'm really gonna be sitting there with Steve Harvey virtually though, not like physically. But yeah, I'm gonna sit down with him and I'm gonna talk about my issues. I'm gonna ask him some questions, and it's such a good experience. And I want to mention HeartSmiles definitely because y'all helped me out so much throughout all this chaos that happened this year. So for me to even get auditions for some good TV shows and for me to meet Steve Harvey, it's just really crazy and it's a very special moment. Me and my family was very loud yesterday, like we was screaming everything, and I was just so surprised. So yeah.
No, thank you, Ma. Thank you so much. We so proud of you, man. Thank you so much. Yo, what I tell y'all? Was that not worth it?
It was.
It's worth it.
Yo, I told y'all, and yo, this is what I mean by being consistent, yo. Just showing up, doing what you got to do, and being consistent. Like a lot of people allow this Rona situation to put them in a bad place and to take them down. And some people, like Ma, allowed this situation to make you level up even more. He was already on his way up. Don't get it twisted. But like to see somebody show up every single day, work to improve themselves, and then now, you know, really starting to see like some big blessings, like, yo, that's powerful. And if he can do it, any one of y'all watching can do it.
Y'all can, absolutely. And I will support y'all, and I will mention all of y'all, because this is such a good experience. Not a lot of people can have this chance to do this, and for me to do it, I wasn't even expecting this. And mind you, I was just praying to the Lord that like He just put me in a safe environment, a safe place, and for me to like, you know, do stuff that I like to do. And for me to like acting and stuff, because I grew up like doing church plays and doing all kinds of acting scenes and stuff like that. Because my god sister, she also in the acting industry. And for me to even talk to the Steve Harvey Foundation and for them to even give me an audition is crazy. So this is like really mean a lot to me. And it's a great opportunity.
Yo, big win, yo, big win. Hey, y'all tell them I said it. Every bully of Dunbar, y'all lost your power. Y'all lost your power. Every single bully of Dunbar High School, y'all lost your power. Y'all can't even say my man's name no more. Y'all can't even look my man's way no more, yo. He done leveled up on y'all. He's sugar, honey, and iced tea on you and everybody that y'all hang with, yo. Dunbar High School, all y'all bullies, yo. This is what it looks like, yo, when you lose your power. And this right here is just like straight facts on how when you change your environment and get in a good environment, you can do anything that you want to do, yo. So shout out to Dunbar High School, not in the good way, for all those bullies that tried to keep my mans down.
And don't forget the administrators too.
Yeah. He said that part, y'all. He said that part. I'm backing him up though. Say it for the people in the back though, because I was the bad person when I was up there asking, like, yo, like, who's in charge of culture? Like, who's in charge of making sure that kids can come to this school and feel safe? I was the bad person when I did that. But you know what, y'all? I ain't really got nothing to say about that part. But you know,
we'll just see y'all on the Steve Harvey show. That's it.
Right? Exactly. Exactly. He gonna see y'all on TV. Turn my man's on.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mom, we gotta let you go because these other kids coming on. We about to get this show rolling, y'all. Thank you so much, Mom. No, thank you, y'all. But I thought that it was so important for y'all to hear it directly from him and not necessarily have me or Miss Simone talk about it. But like, yo, that everybody's going to have their time. Everybody's going to have their moment. And I just pray that you guys, humble enough to still want to share that with us and to share that with other people, because it's so inspiring. And it means a lot for everybody to see you win. When one of us wins, all of us wins. So yeah, super excited about that, y'all. Y'all, let's get this thing rolling today, though. Yeah, we got our peoples coming on. It looked like the boys already on here first for real.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, it's only because Summer and Ari told them to get on. I saw them in the text. Let me stop. Let me give y'all your kudos.
Hello?
She said I saw them in the text. Good morning, Lamar. Good morning, Sean.
Good morning.
How y'all doing?
Good.
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, we ready for this, man.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Lamar, they got me in a work fit, bro.
Bro, you got me fresh out the bed. What's your point?
That's cool. You got a job. You making money. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Hey, Summer. Hey, Ari.
You can see us.
We
Yeah, we can see you. What you doing? You thought your invisible spray was working? Ow! The whole world can see you right now, baby girl.
Oh, I'm trying to look at myself. All right. You can't stare at yourself.
Yeah. Y'all got to turn this the other way though, because y'all got us on the sideways joint.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Too close. Hold on. You had it.
Okay.
Oh man, I'm team boys, yo.
Stop, Miss Joni. We didn't even start yet. We didn't even start yet. Yeah.
All right. This your show, Miss Simone. This your show. What we doing? Set us up.
All right, y'all. So today, y'all asked for a part 2. We're gonna give you a part 2. I'm really excited about this just because when we were going over slides and stuff last night and talking, you could tell that, they've really done their work. They're ready to be open, authentic, and honest. So pretty much how it's going to be set up is the boys and the girls, they both have their definition of what they think a toxic relationship is. And then we have a few main topics that we're going to get the boys' perspective on and the girls' perspective on. Then at the end, they're going to share their own experiences and drop some jewels for you guys. And then they want you guys to vote on who won, like who had the best perspective or this point of view overall. Okay, so please engage in the comments, share what you think. But today is Toxic Relationships Part 2, Boys versus Girls. We have Ariana Lawrence and Summer Rhodes, and then Lamar Hill and Sean Berry. Ding, 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 ding.
Ready?
All right, guys. The boys can go first.
Wow.
Last time I checked, it was females first.
But y'all side is on in first.
You said what?
Y'all slide comes first. Just go ahead.
We on the same slide. You got that.
First.
Because I'm not gonna be smart. I just woke up.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yo.
Come on,
okay.
bro.
All right. When a person wastes your time and energy and doesn't want to be committed to you, but chooses to stay around and confuse you. Lamar and Sean.
Our point of view was a relationship that often lacks communication, leading to physical and emotional distress or conflict.
Do you guys want to elaborate on any of this before we go on?
Basically, when there's a lack of communication, it can lead to conflict. Basically, that's self-explanatory. Y'all want to elaborate on y'all's?
I straight out forward.
All right. Good then.
All right. What'd you say? Oh, the girls won that one. Miss Joni said the girls got that one.
Definitely.
Why do you say that, Miss Joni?
Okay. Communication.
Communication.
You guys want to start? Who wants to go?
Y'all go. It's your color.
I mean, we both be sharing on both the points. Okay.
But y'all start off.
Okay. So for communication, honestly, for any relationship to work, there has to be some sort of communication. Like, I have to see eye to eye at some point. So for communication, basically for an example, like if one person was going through something and, they had a girlfriend or boyfriend, but they didn't want to tell that person what they were going through, and they kind of just like shut them off. I feel as though that's not a good source of communication. Like, you're supposed to allow them to know what's wrong with you, or even if you don't want to tell them, just tell them like, look, I'm not really in the mood to talk right now. I'm gonna talk to you when I'm able to. I'm sorry if it's gonna make you feel some type of way, but this is what I gotta do to kind of get my mindset together. And as long as you tell them that, I feel like that's a good source of communication. Like, you telling them what's up, you telling them how you feel for real. You're not just cutting them off. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. And I feel like with communication, it's also when you have a problem with the relationship, I feel like if you think that there are some things that are wrong with it, or the other person is doing something wrong, I feel like you should communicate that with the person, not string them along, or even go and mess with another person while you're talking to one person. I feel like you should always tell them, if you want to mess with someone else, or you want to do anything, branch off, you should always let the person know before you do that thing. There's no reason for cheating. Just let them know how you feel. If you want to get out of a relationship, let them know.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. Guys?
Lamar, you want to go?
I mean, I just went, but it's whatever.
I'm asking you. You want me to get this one? You want to take it?
You go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Communication goes with the situation of being secure in your relationship. If somebody doesn't feel secure, then it comes to them to communicate that fact. And that communication can be what makes or break a relationship, or what makes something toxic or not toxic. So just insurance and the fact of being reinsured can be something big and can lead to something being better, something being worse.
That's good. Lamar, did you want to add anything?
No. It's not really for me to add. Both of them really said the same. Well, not the same, but they had the same points.
All right. Miss Joni, anything?
I'm gonna just say, as far as preparedness, the girls.
Definitely.
I agree. I think you both made some really valid points. I think for the girls, when you were talking about, just having some kind of community, even if you need to take a break from being so into things, like just telling people that and not just going off or like shutting yourself off or going off and trying to talk to other people to fill those gaps and just like that is not good. And then Sean, I like what you said about feeling secure in your relationship, because I feel like you have to not only communicate with people, but you have to create a safe space where people know that they can come to you. If like people feel like they can't, every time they talk to you, you're closed off, or you shut them down, or you make them feel like this is not a safe space where y'all can have open communication, that's true. Like it's not gonna happen. So the girls are more prepared, but y'all both made good points. You have to communicate and you have to create a safe environment for y'all to communicate. All right. Commitment, issues, and dishonesty.
Okay, y'all can start this time.
More.
Okay, commitment issues and dishonesty, right? So far, everybody who don't know what commitment issues is and dishonesty is basically commitment issues are you don't want to be in a relationship, but you still want to mess with the person. And dishonesty is basically you can't tell them the truth. So basically, like for commitment issues, like that's something that should be established like when y'all first start messing with each other. Like regardless if those change, y'all should still have those boundaries up, just so you can know what's what. Because you don't want to be like, oh, this my boyfriend, and the whole time he got you as his homegirl or something. Like it's a whole. I mean, commitment issues is just like it's like however y'all have it arranged. Like y'all gotta talk about it. And then dishonesty, it's just the person lying. Like they gonna lie to you. Like it's just them being dishonest. And it's like you can't. It's just no way for you to really fix someone dishonesty. But that ties back in with communication. Y'all need to talk to each other and like actually be truthful, because you don't want to be dishonest to the person, because then that's going to like make that commitment issues worse too.
Mm-hmm.
But with commitment issues, wouldn't you say commitment issues could be when you're in a relationship and the person know they aren't ready for a relationship, but they still continue to be in a relationship with you? That also ties into being dishonest. And you say you should let them know up front. So shouldn't you let someone know that up front before y'all get in a relationship?
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you asking me a question? I thought you were saying your point.
Oh no, it's a question. Yeah.
Okay, ask me that question again.
You said about commitment issues, you should let them like know up front what it is. So say if you're not ready for a relationship and you know you're not, and you know that past relationships have put you in a bad place, why would you get in a relationship with someone? I'm not saying you personally, I'm just saying, why do males tend to get in relationships with people when they know they aren't ready for it?
It's a difference between females and males. Like y'all feel it right then and there. Like y'all finish whatever y'all doing, y'all just get to crying. Y'all be like, oh, I'm tired of him. Yeah. Like he broke my heart, something like that. But with men, yeah, we could be mad, but we'll be mad for like a few hours. After that, we'll go blow it off. We'll go do something else, like play the game, play sports. Like we'll use an outlet so that way we don't feel it right then and there. But over time, we eventually feel it. So it's like, yeah, we could be good for the moment. And then you be like, all right, I'm gonna do whatever I want to do in the moment. But then after that moment's up, you're gonna be like, dang, I really miss her. But then it's already kind of too late. You get what I'm saying?
I get it. Okay. You want to touch on dishonesty? You can go first. I'll wait to you. Okay. With dishonesty, I feel like it kind of goes with the commitment issues. Dishonesty is basically when you don't tell your partner the truth or don't tell them the whole truth. You leave certain parts out. Yeah, I feel like that's a big thing because a lot of people they think they're telling the whole truth, but they're not. They're putting the parts that they want you to hear in order to de-escalate the situation. And I feel like that's not okay. I feel like if you have like been dishonest to your partner, I feel like you should tell them the truth, and then that will fix some of the issues that you're having with the conflict. And don't like wait to tell the truth. I feel like you should tell the truth from the beginning, but it's like don't wait so long and then stuff gets even worse from the beginning. Like tell them as soon as possible if you're not ready. It's like in the beginning. I agree. And don't wait till the situation is out there to tell the truth. You should tell them when the situation happens.
This is good. This is good, y'all. All right, let's go to the next one. All right. What's y'all's view on the warning signs of a toxic relationship from a boy's perspective and a girl's perspective?
Okay. We'll start. Okay, one warning sign I have is basically like the attitude and like the demeanor of the relationship, like the attitude of the other person, and then also how the relationship goes. Like some relationships in the beginning, it's great, like it's good. Y'all feel like y'all gonna be in this for a little minute, all that. And then all of a sudden it kind of like goes down here. It's like y'all don't communicate as much, or y'all don't talk as much, or y'all arguing constantly, and then somebody's always blaming the other person for a mistake that probably happened. And I feel as though that's kind of not really toxic, but it's missing traits of a good relationship, like communication, or just letting other person know like how you feel. Like instead of making the whole relationship kind of go down, y'all can probably fix it easily by just talking, pretty much. I think my warning signs are just how the relationship makes me feel in general, or how it makes me view myself. I feel like when you get into a toxic relationship, or when it starts to develop into one, I feel like you start to look at yourself differently and start to feel self-conscious about things that you didn't before. And I also feel like with it, like, I don't know how to explain it, but I feel like you start to feel more down in the relationship, and it brings you more misery than joy. That's what I'm trying to say. And I feel like when you're in a toxic relationship, you constantly feel sad, like even when you're with the person, or the person can only make you happy when they're doing things for you. It doesn't like make you happy just to think about them anymore.
Yeah. Would you say it's kind of like a roller coaster, like up, down, up, down?
But it should be just up or in the middle. Y'all, everybody have problems, but how y'all work them out, how y'all communicate, that's what's important.
Absolutely. All right, guys.
All right, so my warning sign for toxic relationship is basically the escalation and de-escalation of everything. So when I say that, I mean how fast relationship go and how fast like things move. So with attraction, how fast do he get attracted to you, and what is he attracted to you about, compared to how fast she gets attracted to him, and how what she's attracted about. Because some people, they just attracted to the looks and they just lust the person, but some people be actually die hard in love with somebody, and when that's not equaled out and it's like it becomes a 50-100 split, it's not good for the relationship. It's not good for anything that comes after, because it becomes you're doing one person doing everything for somebody, and then the other person just doing the bare minimum, and that ends up being where somebody gets hurt.
Ooh, Sean, you trying to come back? Okay.
Good point.
Lamar, do you have anything to add? Or just reinforce?
I mean, nah. I mean, Sean basically said everything, but like, for like a toxic relationship for real, like between certain people, like in my opinion, I just don't think the girl had more feelings than the man. Because whenever that happens, it's just like it don't end well for the female as well as the male. So it's like sometimes like they just gotta already establish to make sure.
Yeah.
That's it.
How do you, okay, I have a question for both of you guys, because that is a really good point. How do you read and tell, like, what would y'all tell people? What are some ways they can figure out if you're on the same page with someone? Like, how do you tell if you're liking them more than they like you, or you're putting in more than they are?
Just be straight. Just be straightforward. It's like have a conversation with the person. Like if you feel as though you want to get together with them, or you don't, and like have a conversation. Make sure they know that you're not getting together, or you want to get together, but you're not ready to get together. So it's like,
oh yeah, bro, you done?
Good.
When somebody compromises more than the other. So say that I was in a relationship and I was always the one compromising. Then I feel like I'm getting the short end of the stick. Like I'm not getting everything out of it, because at the end of the day, a relationship is about being able to build and not just one person getting their way and then the other person being a pushover. And it goes both ways. Females can do it and so do men. So
good points. Summer, you wanted to say something?
Oh, you saw my hand. So I kind of disagree on what Lamar said at first, saying like, you know, just talk about it. Because honestly, words don't really mean nothing. I feel like it's all in the person's actions. Like if you feel like, you know, how can I say this? Like just by talking, some people just say stuff just so that, you know, they want you to hear it. They know that you want to hear that. And it's not really what they're showing. You know, they'll say, I'll try harder, I'll do this and that for you. But then they not showing it. They kind of like, just like, all right, whatever, I say what I said, you know, let me just keep doing me. And then, you know, they not showing what they really said they was going to do. So I feel like it's all in the person's actions.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I also feel like what Sean said is about like what you show and how much you put into it. And I even feel like it's with like the effort you put in. Like I heard this, like I saw this quote the other day, and it was like, is the person texting you or are they having a conversation with you? And I feel like that's important, because some people text to get a reply back and just to respond and just to basically fill up time and just to say y'all talking. But I feel like, is it actually about something meaningful? Are y'all talking about something that matters? Are y'all talking through y'all problems? Are y'all talking like about how y'all really feel? Or are y'all just texting good morning, what you're doing all day? I feel like you have to have that like deeper level of communication.
That's good, y'all. That's good.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I want to go back to the part where someone said you gotta show it rather than just say it. But like how would you know what you're supposed to show if you never talked into existence? Like you can't just be like, oh, I'm gonna be a better, yeah. If y'all never talked about it, it was like, oh, you're actually doing bad at doing this, so you need to do better at doing this. Like y'all not gonna know what y'all supposed to do if y'all don't talk about it, and then say, oh, I got you, I'm gonna show you. So I think they kind of tie hand in hand. Like you can't just say like, oh, I mean, you can't just do this like, oh, one day. I mean, the person, it's never gonna happen. You're never gonna get a day where a person won't be like, oh, I'm messing up, I gotta do better for you. I'm not gonna tell her though. Like that's never gonna happen. Like you gotta be like, oh, I apologize. I mean, y'all supposed to have a conversation. You guys, what you doing wrong, what they doing wrong. You be like, I apologize, and then y'all fix it from there. Like y'all can't just be like, I'm gonna show you better. Like it's that's never just gonna work.
That's an interesting point, Lamar. Summer and R, you want to say anything? Because
we can move on.
Okay, really quick, because I think it's a good point what you're saying, Lamar. Because it, like both you and Summer said, like you need both. You need to have communication and you need to have action to back it up, right? But are you saying, Lamar, like you have to have a conversation for it? Like you can't just, because I kind of disagree. I think a lot of the times we know when we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing. We know when we're slacking a little bit or when our priorities are changing, when we feel a little uncomfortable. And maybe it's just a girl thing, but I feel like you have to lean into it. And I do agree that you should communicate it. Like, I feel like maybe I'm not as into this as I used to be. Is there anything I can do? Like, I don't know. You can own up to it first and change and do that. Or you can ask the person if they feel like you need to work on that. But I don't think you should just always wait for someone to tell you if you know that you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing.
Somebody want to say real quick before we change? Just real quick. I'm not saying don't have a conversation and just automatically change your action. I'm saying, have a conversation, but don't always rely on just that conversation and then expect for the action to just change like that. That's what I'm saying. Yes. Preach, girl. All right.
Girl, preach. Lamar, anything else before we go to the next topic?
No, y'all ganging up on me. No.
Sean, can you help him out, please?
Got the vengeance on.
But my thing is, they coming for him talking about the communication thing, about like how you gotta reach out. At the end of the day, it's supposed to be a push and pull situation. So you gotta go to not tit for tat, but y'all have to build each other. So at the end of the day, you shouldn't wait to reach out to if that's just significant other, you shouldn't wait to reach out to them. And vice versa. If you feel as though you're lacking, you shouldn't wait to ask. You should try and ask them so you can see if they realize it or it's just going on in your head. So it's just they both right. It's just it's just 2 good points. That's all it is.
I agree. All right, that was good, y'all. Next topic is it healthy to involve your friends in your relationship?
I got this. Yes, it is.
Why?
All right, so I say it is because at the end of the day, if that's my brother, like that's my man. At the end of the day, my relationship should be like you should want the best for me at the end of the day. So with me involving my homeboy, females do this, males do this, we all do it. At the end of the day, we all go to somebody to cry on or to ask for advice. At the end of the day, Lamar can vouch. I asked Lamar for advice. At the end of the day, it's healthy to invite to ask your friends, but at the end of the day, it's not healthy for you to rely on them to make excuses for you. If you're messing up, if you're doing wrong, you have to take ownership, and you have to acknowledge that you need to take ownership. You can't just be like, "Oh, I took ownership," and just let stuff be. You have to acknowledge it, and then you have to be better.
Yeah.
I agree with what Sean said, but I think it is healthy to involve me in a relationship because I feel like friends are there to help you grow personally. So if you feel like you need some growing in a relationship, a friend could be there to help you. But I think it isn't healthy to involve them in your relationship problems. Yeah. I feel like when you have problems in your relationship, it's between you and that person in your relationship. Friends can put their 2 cents in, if you want to say. They can put whatever they want into the relationship. But at the end of the day, it's not their relationship. The only 2 people that matter are the 2 people in the relationship. And you guys have to work them problems out for yourself. You can't rely on a friend to put their outside opinion on something they don't know about fully.
But at the end of the day, sometimes you be acting off of just straight emotion, and you need logic at the end. You need logic sometimes because pure emotion without any direction is harmful. It can really hurt you, and that's how a lot of people get hurt. So they just react off of pure emotion. And sometimes logic, a third party with a clear mind that's not biased, or somebody that just wants your best interest. So at the end of the day, maybe a homeboy, from my perspective, a homeboy would be best for me because at the end of the day, if I ask him what's wrong, or if I ask him like, bro, like something going on, not even being 100% open about everything, but just asking him what he would do and taking that perspective and trying to figure out what's best for me, that can help out. And that's what helped me out before. So I'm just speaking from experience.
But a third party that's a homeboy would be biased because it's your homeboy. I feel like if y'all have problems that deep, ask an adult. I would say don't ask no friends at all. No friends. Because friends are always going to be biased no matter what type of friend they are. You should ask someone who's been in your experience before and who's someone you trust, because an adult knows way more than your friends know, honestly. Mm-hmm. And I feel like, you know what? I'm good. You good? Okay.
Keep on.
I said what I said. Wait, Lamar can speak.
Come on, Mark. What you doing?
All right, okay. Me personally, everybody's saying that you should involve your friends, but I don't think you should involve your friends. See me personally, don't get me wrong. Yeah, your friends could be cordial with your significant other, but I just don't think they should be involved in like whatever y'all gotta go through. Like that's behind closed doors. They shouldn't know everything. They shouldn't know when the last time y'all seen each other or the last time that y'all did anything together. They shouldn't know all that. They're your friends. They're not your significant other. So it's like I don't think that your friends should be involved in your relationship. Me personally, I mean, you can have friends within the relationship. You can have friends that's cool with your significant other, but me personally, like I don't like the problems that they bring up, because at the end of the day, you could be talking to your friend and you just venting about some stuff that happened between you and yo, and you thinking like, oh, I'm wrong. Then your friend like, nah, she did it, and then you just sitting there, you actually thinking. So while you thinking and you're in that mental state that you're currently in, because after y'all just fussed, it's like you kind of would be manipulative. You're not manipulative. You'll kind of be leaning to what he's saying. So when you do talk to him, you're gonna have a lot of animosity and stuff built up, because at the fact that you still got some friends that hype you up rather than tell you the truth, or they'll still be on your side rather than telling you what you need to know. So I just don't think that involving a friend in your relationship personally, it would either benefit it or like make it any better, because bringing somebody else into a problem is just going to create a larger problem.
That's my teammate.
I love it. Hype your friend up. Did y'all have anything else before I just make a few comments and then we can go on?
No.
Okay, so what I'm hearing from y'all, this is all great stuff, y'all. I just have to say that first. It seems like the first thing you need to do is kind of figure out who you're getting advice from. And I hear this a lot, and I'm learning it more in my life too. Don't be asking people that don't have healthy relationships for advice on your relationship. That is like, it seems like you have to watch who you're getting advice from. To see if it's really going to help you or not help you, or maybe you don't need to have that much. It seems like there's also, you need to have boundaries about what kind of stuff you're talking about with them. Like Lamar said, like, maybe I'm not telling you every time I saw him and all this stuff, but you know, if we're going out, we're doing a few things, I can share that. Or maybe I just need to vent. I like what you said too, Sean, about asking, instead of like telling the whole story, ask them kind of in a hypothetical, what would you do in this situation? So that it kind of puts them in it and they can give you their real perspective without having to be so biased because they know it's you and you're the one going through it. But also, I have to say this too, because a lot of toxic, abusive relationships start off when they want to cut off your family and your friends, right? So you have to be very careful about the difference between, you know, having healthy boundaries about what you share in your relationships, because you don't want to totally, it's not like you hate the person, maybe you guys are just going through a rough patch and so you share a few things. But if someone is telling you you don't need to see your family, you don't need to see your friends, it's all about me, that is toxic and that is abusive and manipulative, and it's not healthy. So sorry, those are things. How do you get out of a toxic relationship, and is closure important?
Okay. So first, how to get out of one is, we kind of said in like the last session, just let them know how you feel, and like based on their reaction or their response back, then y'all can determine on if y'all want to get out of it or y'all going to try to work something out. But if you feel like their response isn't good enough, or their response, you just can't necessarily believe it or believe what they're saying, then just let them know, like, look, this is not for me, and I just want to kind of get out of it. Like, basically, you just want to break up with them. But let them not be like rude, but just let them know up front, like, look, I'm not really feeling this no more. I think we should just kind of separate and go on with our days or whatever. And for a closure part, I feel as though just lay everything out on the table. Like, any question that y'all had about your relationship, answer them for each other. Like, I mean, for an example, I had asked somebody about a certain issue that was in a relationship that I was in a while ago, and I got my response that I was looking for. I got my closure that I need to hear, and I mean, I have no bad blood with that person. It's just I always held that kind of like grudge against them for that one incident that I didn't have an answer to. So, yeah. I think she touched on how to get out of it. I'm gonna just touch on, is closure important? I think closure is very important, because I feel like if y'all get out of a relationship, or say if y'all just ended out of nowhere, I feel like it's no closure that you just, like, how I put it in my words, I feel like it's still that like last piece like hanging around in the air. So like if you see each other, you don't know where you stand at, or you don't know if you could like rely on that person if it absolutely came down to it. I feel like it's important just to lay it all out and then find out if you guys want to stay friends. If y'all don't want to be friends anymore, it's okay. Just make sure you get that final closure to know where you are and what your relationship is after the point that y'all broke up.
Lamar.
Oh, it's you.
All right. All right, I got you. All right.
You want the first one? You want the second one?
I got the second one. Go ahead.
All right. How to get out of a toxic relationship? Just ask the question, what do you want? Because at the end of the day, if they don't see anything from the relationship, if they just see something as lust, as just a arousement, then at the end of the day, then the relationship ain't, then you know you need to leave, and you know that you need to find a way out. Because then at the end of the day, you're not getting yourself the right like outlook. You're not doing the best for yourself. You're just doing the best for that person. So once you figure out what the problem, like what their intentions are for the relationship, then you need to figure out where you need to let them know that your intentions aren't the same, and you need to just leave. Because at the end of the day, getting out of a toxic relationship is hard, because you never be fully done, or it's always that one strand to come back to. So, well,
Don't worry about it, yo. I got you. All right. It's cool. All right, the big question, right? Is closure important? Closure for everybody, like regardless of the relationship, y'all could be friends. Like, it's important. Like, it's essential, because you don't want to. How can you move on if you still got a piece of you back with the other person? Like, you can't just be like, all right, we done this day, boom, I'm gone. I'm not worried about it. I'm gonna hop in a whole nother relationship, because you still gonna have in the back of your mind, like right there in the back of your mind, you're just gonna be like, dang, why didn't it work? What did I do wrong? Why did this happen? Why did that happen? Like, you're still gonna have all of these memories and all these thoughts that's gonna be still processing through your mind. So you're gonna be thinking like, oh, I'm ready to move on. Well, you can tell yourself all you want that you're ready to move on, but if you're not ready to move on, then it's gonna be futile for you to actually try to move on, because you're still gonna be thinking about that other person. So in order for you to actually not necessarily get over them, but in order for you to build yourself up to that point where you want to feel as though like, all right, I can do whatever I want. I can do this, so I can do that. You would need that closure to show you like, oh, there's nothing wrong with me. It was the other person, or it was a misunderstanding, or yeah, that was my fault. I did this. So in my next relationship, or the next thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try to do this better, and I can improve on this. I can tell a person that I'm not feeling this, and they can help me build this up. Like, everything that, like, closure, it provides a lot, because it allows the person to move on as well. It could provide change. Like, it could provide growth. You're like, oh, they did this to me, so my next person, I'm gonna make sure that they don't do this. I'm gonna tell them why they don't do this, and this is what I learned from it. I don't think it's good for them or me personally, so I'm gonna talk to them about it. Like, closure, it just gives you like a level of stability.
good, y'all. All right, anything else?
No.
All right. Should you still be friends with your ex? And what are y'all opinions on friends with benefits? Johnny's like, ooh, ooh, ooh.
Males can start.
Or girls.
The males.
No, you started. Or you want me to get it?
I mean, you want me to start, bro? You want me to start?
You want me to get it?
You want me to start, bro?
It don't matter, bro.
We're out of time, y'all.
All right, go ahead, Sean. I got you. I got
All right.
you. Go ahead.
All right, so should you still be friends with the ex? It just depends on how everything ends and what's your relationship status. Like, at the end of the day, if y'all cool, if y'all comprehend that it's just going to be friends, it ain't going to be all this iffy stuff, and y'all can communicate it and be perfectly fine. Neither one of y'all have no bad blood, or neither one of y'all bump their head. At the end of the day, what's wrong with having another L on your side? Like somebody that's going to have your back. Because I ain't never seen nothing wrong with having somebody that's going to just have my back and be 100% with me. And especially if they was especially if one point in time they uttered the words "I love you" to me, I ain't never had no problem with them. And then opinions on friends with benefits. I think it's all right as long as it's communicated. I don't think it's a problem with it. Like if y'all understand that that's what your title is, that's what y'all then who cares? Do what y'all want. Just make sure y'all keep the communication going. So if somebody do get more than just want to be friends out of it, then y'all can understand where y'all stand.
All right, so Mr. Barry made a lot of strong points, but I'm gonna put my input. So you said, so yeah, like he said, it does depend if you still want to be friends with your ex or not, because some people, they actually do have preferences, so they can choose to be friends or not. So I think y'all should just talk that out regardless, like, because some people, like, y'all could break up and then y'all didn't even mean to break up, like it's just a whole communication thing. So if y'all could fix that, then y'all could be friends with your ex. Like y'all could actually be cordial friends regardless of what y'all did in the past or what y'all was going to do in the future. Like I think all that, like, that all ties back into communication. It's just however y'all establish boundaries and what y'all want to do, right? And opinions on friends with benefits. Oh, friends with benefits. I mean, not personally, but it's basically friends with benefits is whatever floats your boat. So it's how you feeling. Like if you feel as though you could be friends with somebody regardless if not an ex, but if you could do stuff with somebody regardless of like what kind of title that y'all hold, then that's on y'all. Like if y'all can do it and y'all actually can have a mature conversation about it and the other person not getting their feelings, then y'all could be friends with benefits all y'all like. Like it's whatever's healthy to you. If that's unhealthy to you, then y'all don't do no friends with benefits. Like don't be toxic. But if y'all cool enough to the point where y'all could do the little whoop whoop and then dip and be calling each other a best friend like the next day, then y'all can do that.
Not the best friend.
For real though. But if y'all can't, then don't do it. But if y'all can, then do it. Like y'all shouldn't be doing something that y'all can't handle. If y'all feel as though, oh, I'm gonna catch feelings for this dude because y'all doing a little whoop whoop, then don't do it. Like you can't do something that you wasn't supposed to do in the first place. Like you can't catch feelings for the person. Understand, like if it happened, like it's unfortunate that it does happen, then you could talk to the person because they might be feeling the same way. You never know. So it's like whatever y'all establish, whenever y'all talk about, it's what's going to happen in that relationship. So it's all depending on how good y'all communicate and how y'all both feeling and how well y'all actually do understand each other.
Okay. Are you done? Okay. Should you be friends with your ex? I think it all depends on how the relationship ends and how
if y'all had closure.
Yeah, if y'all had closure. And I think it depends on the person. On the topic of what we're talking about, toxic relationships, I don't feel like you should be friends with your ex. If that person was constantly bringing negative energy into your life and constantly bringing you down, what's going to change with them being a friend? They're still going to bring that negative energy. Anybody who brings their energy down should be cut from your life. And they shouldn't be your friends. They shouldn't be acquaintances. They shouldn't be nothing to you. because at the end of the day, like if they bring you down, they gotta go. And on opinions with friends with benefits, I have mixed feelings about this. I feel like on one hand, you shouldn't, because I feel like the relationship ended for a reason and it's just bringing you back with that person. I do feel like both parties kind of contribute to like y'all still seeing each other, and I feel like that can like slow your process with anybody else you have going down. But then at the same time, I'm like, yeah, if y'all want to do it, just do it. It's nothing serious. And if y'all do feel like y'all catching feelings, I feel like that's something y'all can communicate and maybe y'all be back together. Or if you don't want to do anything and you don't want to communicate that, then y'all should just stick to friends without the benefits, honestly. That's okay. Okay.
Summer, you don't have anything? Summer.
I'll just touch a little bit on the friends with benefits. I personally do not think friends with benefits is beneficial. Because me personally, I'm not saying this for everybody, but I always feel as though, especially if y'all was just in a relationship and y'all like kind of got out of it, I feel as though one person is always going to end up having some type of emotions for the other person, and that other person doesn't feel the same way. And I feel as though that's kind of not really toxic, but it's like, why do what y'all doing and one person's not on the same page, and then that other person that has the emotions for the other person is going to end up feeling some type of way if the one that doesn't have emotions starts messing with somebody else and start doing stuff with somebody else and not just them. Because they're probably going to think like y'all in a relationship if y'all don't communicate. Even if y'all do communicate, they still going to have emotions for the other person, still feel some type of way if the other person is doing something with someone else.
That's a good point. Because like, what is the benefits? The sexual benefits?
It's like, I'm not saying just mess with, not have sex with everybody else in the world, but it's other people that you can probably trust more than that person that you was in a relationship with. So
basically, it's benefiting your body, not your emotions.
Yeah. Say it again.
It's benefiting your body, not your emotions. Sneezing?
Yeah, the sneezer.
Okay. Man, y'all, we have 2 minutes left. Do y'all want to share your jewels?
Yeah, we can share.
And then figure out who won. Let's do that.
Yeah.
All right. Ladies, are you sharing your jewels?
No, they can go first.
Ladies first.
No, first. All right, let's go. Share your jewel.
Sean, you want to go?
You starting up? No, you starting up.
I don't appreciate it. I feel like y'all been picking on me this whole game, but it's fine though.
We love you, Lamar. You did great.
I know y'all love me, but I can't get y'all a hug because it's Corona. Who won? Wait, no, wait, hold on. I'm saying my jewel. Not who won. All right,
Everyone in the comments, if you're in the comments, this is your time to share who you thought won. Miss Joni will tell us at the end. But we want
Miss Joni already said in the comments. She already said girls, but my ending jewel is, in order for anything to work between two human beings, y'all gonna have to talk regardless. Like regardless of anything, y'all need to talk. You can't just automatically know what the other person is thinking. So for you to already think that, or for you to have a mindset of I'm not gonna talk to them, but everything gonna be fine, that's false. You can't just live your life as thinking like, all right, I'm gonna mess with this person, but I'm not gonna tell them what I want, and I'm gonna just give them all the benefits of being in a relationship. Because for one, you giving them all the benefits and you just telling them like, I mean, you not telling them what you want is confusing. So y'all can't be out here like, y'all can't be manipulating people. Like y'all gotta be straightforward. Like, all right, I like you, I want to mess with you, or I like you, I want to talk, or well, not necessarily talk, but I want to get to know you so that we can talk. And I'm also messing with other people. Like you gotta have that transparency for the other person to know that. Y'all can't just be like, I'm gonna mess with you, but I'm gonna mess with these other girls behind your back without you knowing, because that's how somebody get hurt in the end, or that's how that level of dishonesty messes up a whole person. Like, because you can have one person failing you, and then you break up with the person without even knowing, and you didn't not necessarily mess their whole life up, but you you mess with that heart. Like you can't do something like that. Y'all gotta, everybody, like this go for boys and females. Y'all gotta have that level of transparency between one another. Y'all gotta tell them how they feeling right then and there. Y'all can't just be one of them type of people to just put it off and y'all just live in the moment, because the moment never lasts forever. You got the moment, but then after that, what's next?
All right, Lamar. All right. Sean.
All right. Oh, they have the same jewel, or they got different ones?
Oh, that's y'all's jewel together?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so my jewel, like my takeaway is, like, at the end of the day, I was one toxic person when I was young. Well, when I was still like trying to figure myself out. Like I'm still trying to figure out everything. And I'm still like, I still got my moments here and there, but at the end of the day, I'm not really trying to be in a serious relationship right now. I'm not really in a relationship at all right now. So for me to be, my bad, I'm back. All right. For me to be the way I am, like at the end of the day, you just gotta know yourself. You gotta know where you want to be. You gotta know your own situation, and then you have to go with who's looking to better you, who's looking out for the best for you, who wants the best for you, and who got your best interest at heart at the same time as their own. And you can't surround yourself with people that are just going to be yes men or yes women. So relationships, both like intimate, like somebody that you with and your friends, you can't just have yes men in your circle. So you have to just be able to weed out those that aren't good for you, and you have to be able to do what's best for yourself.
Yeah, Sean. Yeah. All right, ladies.
We had a jewel together, and our jewel was don't try to commit yourself to someone else if you can't commit to yourself. And basically with that, we just meant if you can't put your time and energy into yourself first, and you know that you aren't ready to expand that forward, do not try to commit to someone else. It will not work. You will not be mentally nor physically ready for that. And I feel like it will not go anywhere. You got anything to touch on it?
You basically said it's like, make sure you know
yourself first.
Yeah, know yourself first. Know what you got first before trying.
Know what you want. Know what you need before you try to hop into something that you just have a physical attraction for at the moment. Basically.
Pretty much.
Right.
Thank you guys so much. This was so good. I hope y'all enjoyed. I hope this is what y'all wanted. Everyone in the comments, thank you for engaging. We're going to do part 4, 5, however much we need, because I want y'all to get these jewels from relationships, because if you get it now, I feel like it'll help you in the long run. So my jewel is just, you have everything you need inside of you. You don't need other people to try to fill those missing voids. Take time for yourself. Stop trying to get other things from people that you need to be getting from yourself.
Oh, yes. This was a great session. Thank you all so much for playing fair and for participating. Yo, I didn't make the rules. I just read what it said. Overwhelmingly, the girls won from the cut. Like, yo, I don't. Can somebody just vote for the boys so it can at least be something to win? Never said it.
That's straight phony. You know what?
I was voting for y'all from the jump.
But it's not even fair.
It wasn't fair. You know why it wasn't fair? Let me give y'all this free advice. They came prepared. Like that's what it was. Y'all had great points. But like you could tell that they were prepared. And I think if y'all would have prepared, maybe talked amongst yourselves before this, because clearly they did, then y'all probably would have, had like a little better flow. But y'all points were great, absolutely. But like, yo, nothing beats somebody that comes ready to kill. They came ready and they did that. Yo.
Hey Sean.
Yo.
Now me call out next time, yo.
Bro, they got me working from 5 in the morning, bro. I'm not
call out next time.
Sean carried you. He got you off the rope.
He carried me. He threw you a towel
and he threw you a towel and everything.
Well, he threw me a towel. He carried me until I woke up. Then I woke up and I said what I had to say.
Bro, I've been up since 5. I'm tired.
Okay, that's good for you. I've been up since 10.
Oh
So what's
man,
your
well,
point?
I mean, I'm tired, bro. What are you
I'm
talking
tired
about?
too. I've been on here
thank
for
you for
hours.
showing up,
Okay, we get
Sean.
it. Y'all both tired. We win.
No problem.
Yeah.
All right,
Hey,
we'll see y'all next
Come on,
time. We
Pepper.
bringing on the next guest, y'all. We'll see y'all next time. Thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow, Miss Simone. All right, see y'all. Yo, that was a
Yeah.
powerful conversation, y'all. I promise y'all we're gonna do part 3. We're gonna keep that going, and we definitely gonna set up what we said we was gonna set up: girls versus girls, boys versus boys. But y'all, we gotta keep our mental health situation coming back on. We got Mr. Orin today, y'all. They definitely killed it. I know, Jordan. Hey, Mr. Orin.
Hey, how are you?
How you doing? I'm blessed. I can't complain at all. What's up with you?
Loving life, man. Just trying to make the best of it. Looking
I
forward
feel
to
it.
doing some work with you guys.
Oh yeah, we excited. We are super excited. Now, I don't know if you got the memo or not, but Nina, fire.
Yeah. I got
Mr.
it.
Rich,
I got it.
you got the message?
Yeah, I got the message.
Yo,
I got the
because
message.
yo, when I tell you, they were so amazing, so powerful. Like it was just like so helpful to have people like just talk for real about this idea of mental health and
Yeah, I
depression.
watched some of it. Actually, I watched some of both of them.
You did? Oh,
Mhm,
great.
mhm.
Great. So you already know they want to bring you all the heat.
I love it. I love it.
They gonna bring you all
And
the heat.
you let us not, without your energy and passion, this ain't happening like that. You know what I mean? Without your relationship, this ain't really happening like that.
Well,
You know?
thank you. I appreciate that, but I really give the credit to you guys for just bringing the knowledge and opening up the door for this important conversation for our young
Yeah.
people. So
I
we
just
ready to.
you ready to rock and roll?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So we're gonna start off real kind of easy, and I gotta let you know the kids they like for you to spill the tea. So we need like a formal introduction, where you came from, kind of a little bit of your life journey and how you
Sure.
got into like this work in the first place.
Sure. You want me to start or you want to?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
go right ahead. You in it. You knee deep in it now.
Oh, okay. I didn't know people was around. So, all right.
Oh, they here.
Peace and blessings to everybody. My name is Orin Howard. I come straight from North Philly. I grew up in Montgomery County, Maryland. I did my summers at home and came here during the school year. I actually am one of few African-American male therapists that I know. Actually, this wasn't my thing. I wanted to get paid, but this was my calling. I actually fell in love with the art of this experience because I come from a family where, sadness and pain is real. I'm probably the only male on my mother's side of the family that has not been arrested or been in jail. So it was important to me that I take these lessons that I learned and be able to utilize it to support our people. And so that's been my commitment during this entire time. And so I went to school in Montgomery County, graduated, went to Maryland for undergrad, didn't get in straight up. I had to go through the summer program. I had to prove that I can handle the academic work. I proved it. I graduated in 4.5 years. I did an extra semester, but I was young when I started. So I graduated at 21. The next week, I was at Howard for my master's. And so I did my master's in social work, and my undergrad was in marriage and family counseling, is now called family studies, and my minor was in African American studies. And so who knew how this was going to play out in my life? And then after I got to Howard, then things began to really formulate in terms of how I can make an impact, how I can try and make a difference in this world, and how I could support my people. And so by being at the Mecca, the real HU, as we call it, you were sitting in a classroom where everybody looked like you. But when I was in undergrad, I was sitting in a classroom of 300, and it might be 10 of us in the class or 5 of us in the class. And it was a microcosm, and I got the chance to experience a lot of things, a lot of racism and stuff all the way through school. And so when I got to Howard, I realized that, all right, we got to take this to another level. And so that's what I did. And I spent the time working in DC and Baltimore City. In Baltimore City, I was a director of a program called Operation Safe Kids. I had 200 of the most violent offenders in Baltimore City Health Department that we was trying to support to get them back on the right track. I did the same thing in DC. I used to be in charge for all of school mental health for DC public schools last year. I've done everything in the field. I used to do gang interventions in DC. My brother used to be a Hoover Crip. So he moved out to LA and joined them and things like that. And so, you know, I had that kind of experience. And so what I've done is I've been able to balance some of my real life struggles and pain with what I can do in understanding everybody else's real life struggle and pain. And that's how it became my calling. Wow. And so I started my private practice in 2000. I was only doing it part-time. As of October this year, I went full-time because it was my time. And I've been a professor at the University of Maryland for the last 12 years. And so I teach clinical practice with African-American families. I teach all kinds of classes. And so I guest lectured at Howard. I guest lectured at Maryland College Park. You know, I've had a chance to speak nationally, locally, regionally about different topics. I created the first early childhood clinical program for DC public schools. So I had a lot of experience, but the thing that excites me really is the guidance of young people. And today, I want to pose a question, and we'll get into it once we answer the question. We'll get into this question of why mental health? What's the history of it? And we'll get into that a little bit so that you understand as a person of color, the correlation between our history and mental health and why it's essential for you to take the next step.
Wow. Wow. So you a real life superhero out here and an entrepreneur who started a business around this.
Hardly a superhero, but the struggle is real. I can't tell you. You know, I started in October, so that means half my business is during a pandemic. But what it is like some like I used to say, like Jay-Z, I will not lose. And so the commitment and dedication that I have to my people is real. My goal and ambition has always been, I want to be able to provide the same quality of service that you can get from a psychiatrist that charges at $300 an hour, $400, $500 an hour to my people at less the rate and half the rate. So I have pro bono cases. I have people on Medicaid. I have other things like that. And I'm still trying to get that guap.
Oh, that's right. I know that's right. Get that. So we're going to get into some of these questions from the young people. And as we answer the questions, can you also kind of touch on like our theme, which is our journey to rediscover mental health? So the first question comes from Jamira, and this is a deep question. She said, what is something that you learned throughout your time in college? Like, what advice would you give to a person entering college soon, coming from a household of sadness and trauma? It's a great question, Jamira.
It is a great question. I appreciate it. I think one of the things that I learned is that most college learning takes place outside the classroom. It's the experience about it. It's the ability to advocate. It's what you do in this process. Now, when we talk about that pain thing, and we talk about how we bring that, what I've learned about my pain, and as I came through there, is like, you know, and I don't disclose this much, but I'll be as real as possible. I'm a product of being sexually abused as a child. And so I forgot it and didn't remember it until I got to college. And so that was my first kind of introduction to advocating for myself and understanding the impact of I'm not crazy, I wasn't wrong, I didn't make it up, and all those kind of things. But when you're on your own and you're essentially having to be in this academic world, whether it's a predominantly white institute or a historically Black institute, and you know, somewhere down the road, I'll tell you the difference between the two, because it's not as big as people think it is. But you know, when you realize that, you build on that strength. You take your weaknesses and you take the pains and you figure out how you can manifest your truth within the context of where you're trying to go. Always keep your eye on the prize is what the thought process is. And so I've had a 4.0 and I've had a 2.0. And you know what the difference is? It had nothing to do with my knowledge. It had to do with my ability to master the teacher. So what I'm saying to you is that, you know, there's some life lessons that I learned being on a college campus that I don't know that I would have learned elsewhere. There's some life lessons that I took with me from the inner city. There's some life lessons I took with me from the suburbs, and I brought them all there, and I was unapologetic for it.
Wow. Wow, that is strong. Taylor wants to know, how have some of the experiences that you went through shaped who you are today?
True story. Like James Brown, I come from a family that was essentially a brothel. My grandmother was a prostitute before she passed away, and she converted into Christianity. My grandfather was a pimp and all those things. So I saw a lot of crazy stuff. I had no real knowledge of self. One of the things that I discovered is how we're all aligned, how it all matters, how history matters and things like that. I learned that we were doing things today that have been done for hundreds of years, only because it was done hundreds and hundreds of years ago, not because it was right. For example, corporal punishment or spanking and stuff like that. Or I came up in a household where the belt was coming out, right? And so I thought, oh, okay, that's how we get down. That's how we do things. Until I learned where it came from. Did you know that there is no like historical correlation between, and I'm talking about our second migration, because just if you didn't know, Africans came to America way before slavery and integrated in, they're part of the native people too. So that's an important distinction. But the second one was the great Mayafa, or the Middle Passage into slavery. And so one of the first policies in American history under that was slavery. That was the actual legal policy. Then after that came Jim Crow. What I will say real quickly is that in Jim Crow, if you're walking down the street and you're walking with your child and a white person sees your child as being unruly, it was by law legal for that white person to discipline your child right there on the spot. So do you know what our resilient people did? Our resilient people said, I'm gonna jump on my kid first so you won't hit him. So that's the history of corporal punishment in America, not those spare the rod, spoil the child. We know statistically that if spankings work, you would only need one. And if spankings were so great, why is half the people in jail, or 75% of people in jail, they had spankings too. And so the thing behind it is that you start to realize and learn that we're all correlated, in our history, if we're not careful and we're not present, repeats itself. And we have to be generational stoppers. And that's what I'm hoping to partner with you guys around, so we can stop some generational stuff.
Oh, wow. We doing it. We doing it. Absolutely. This is amazing. Ania wants to know, does your family mistakes, specifically the gang-related stuff, impact you at all?
It all impacts you. You know, some of the mistakes I made impact me. What you can do with the mistake is there to be great. Like, you're going to make mistakes. And I think it was Denzel that said, you know, if you're going to fail, fail big. You know, and so some of the mistakes you make today, some of the mistakes you made yesterday, you know, are life lessons. You know, there's a famous book called The Prophet by Khalil Gibran, and all these people are waiting on the edge of the island, and they come up to the island and ask him a question. And somebody says, speak to us about good and bad. And he said, the two are married. You can't have one without the other. You wouldn't know good if you didn't experience bad, and you wouldn't know bad if you didn't experience good. And so what you do is you learn how to build upon mistakes. You learn to incorporate that into where you're going.
Absolutely. Very important point. Bree wants to know, what motivates you to keep going and to help other people?
You. Never seen you before, but you. If I had known what I knew now, and if somebody had told me that where I really come from is the Dakar tribe of Cameroon, and that I come from something significant, had I known that the value of getting my mental health, my health straight was essential to my success, then who knew what I could have turned out to be? I'm happy, it's in divine order, but what keeps me going is you. And so I do it, I think it, I breathe it, I wake up, I go to sleep to it. You know, I have a 17-year-old son. He'll tell you, we get it in. You know, our people, if we're not here for our people, who will be?
Ooh, say that, Mr. Horn. Isis wants to know, with the work that you do now, what do you think you would have done to help your family when you were younger? That's a great question.
I would have normalized mental health. I had a cousin. I will tell you, from 0 to 12, I didn't drink punch at a party because they said he was crazy because he went to a party and they poured a whole bunch of LSD in the punch and he drank it and he ain't been right since. I thought that people would do those kind of things at parties, the most ridiculous things. And when I got about 12, 13, I was like, who wasting all that LSD and not tell people, right? And so I realized that my cousin was schizophrenic. What I realized, if I knew what I knew now and I was younger, I would have helped my family understand that they have to break the cycle. They have to understand that, you know, our well-being is predicated. There's a famous author, Dr. Joy DeGruy, and this is an important part for I want you to remember. When slavery existed, where did they get help? Who helped them? Nobody. They helped themselves. And then they had children. Nobody gave them mental health. And so when they had children, they were in Jim Crow. Who helped them through Jim Crow? Nobody. So the theory of post-traumatic slave syndrome is that we never got help for the years and years of slavery that's existed and what it's done to our families. Our families are broken up. People don't understand this, partially because it was the law. If I could determine who you can marry and why you can marry them, then I control your family. If I control your family by who's in your household, there's so many variables that influence. And so we inherit this belief system that somehow we are broken and things like that, when in fact we're resilient, because for every policy that has been put in place against our people, we have overcome, we have survived.
Wow, that's strength right there. Man, y'all asking some great questions and you
Absolutely.
Just banging them out, Mr. Orin. Like, this is so good. So Arthur wants to know, and you can frame this from a mental health perspective.
Right.
Do you believe the world can be changed or it has to change itself?
Man, that is deep.
It is very deep.
I believe that we can become aligned with the universe. I believe that you have the ability to change your paradigm. I believe that they said, I went to a speech one time and they said it takes about 7 minutes or 8 minutes for sunlight to hit the ground when it rises in the morning. And it takes about 8 minutes, the exact time for when you stand up, from blood to go from the top of your head to the bottom of your toes. There's an alignment that we have with the universe, and we've been misaligned for quite some time, by design, actually. And so I believe if we're going to change the world, it starts with how we change ourselves and how we change our outlook and how we change the way we go about our daily business and how we think about the world. And so I fundamentally believe, if I didn't believe in change, I wouldn't be here. I would be like my family, probably taking stuff from people, but that's I'm real. Trying to give stuff. I think it was Haile Selassie of Ethiopia that said, you know, knowledge not given away is not knowledge at all.
Mm-hmm. That's real. That is real. Keon says, when did you truly realize your calling and what has inspired you the most growing up?
Man, I'm grateful because I could have chose differently.
Yeah.
I'm grateful because I had different people placed in my life at the right time. Mm-hmm. Not what you expected it to be. It wasn't my brother, it wasn't my sister, it wasn't anybody like that. It might have been somebody that I met. And I know by that gratitude that that was a gift, because I could have been something else. So the thing that actually motivates me and has brought me to this space is the fact that, you know, I humbly understand that, you know, the number one killer of people of color is stress, manifested through heart disease, diabetes, obesity, depression, all those things. And it could have been me. So the fact that I exist today is out of gratitude. So that in itself is the motivation. That's how I knew. You know, I had different things. I actually asked God, I was like, look, I hear you don't make no money in this business. Like, I can't do this. This is not what I'm trying to do. If I do this, God, you got to get me paid. Man, the first time I made 6 figures, I was scrambling with 2 jobs. The second time I made 6 figures, it was 1. Now I'm getting ready to do it a 3rd and 4th time and do it for other people. That's my goal. That's my vision.
No, that's right. So you just said something very important. You said stress is the #1 killer of Black folks. So, and this question is for me, real quick. So I know a young man, 18 years old, back and forth in the hospital frequently with these chest pains that cannot be explained. Is that stress?
Oh, absolutely. Stress is a factor in it. Not knowing his situation, because I would need to know some of the dynamics. But yeah, let me say this. When I diagnose somebody, when I sit down with somebody, I have to rule out medical stuff first. The first question I'm asking is, what do you eat on a day-to-day? What do you drink? How much do you smoke? What are you smoking? Just had a conversation with a client. Do you even know what you're smoking? Are you smoking the THC or 1-to-1? What are you doing? You know, and so what happens is that we live in a culture of oppression, one, for people of color, which is totally something. And that's why I put this video on. I'll show it at a later point, which indicates how you are so ingrained in the culture. But in the particular question that you asked, that 18-year-old that's having chest pains, the chest pains are real. Sometimes chest pains are directly correlated with anxiety. I have two clients now that have the same. One went to the hospital 2 weeks ago over African-American female over chest pains and stuff like that. They couldn't find anything wrong, and that was anxiety. So we had to teach other things like breathing exercises. We had to go back to the basics. We had to go figure out specifically how we were going to rule out certain things so they can be back at their maximum point.
Wow, that is powerful. That is powerful. Thank you so much for that insight on that, because that's just a stressful situation, just kind of overall. And with him being so young and, you know, overall a healthy guy, it's like, man, what is going on?
Yeah.
Cam wants to know, what would you change in your past if you could, and why?
I don't know that I could say that I changed. I experienced some real pain. I don't know that I would change that. I don't know that I would be this person today had I not had these experiences. What I've learned is that, I wish I could have made some better decisions. I wish I would have invested my money. I was a spender. I was an emotional spender. I was an emotional eater. That means that when I got money, I was going to get some immediate gratification at the restaurant. I was getting some immediate gratification. I was the first person in my school that had the Jordans. You know, like that was a big deal to me. But now, like I teach my son, every time he buys something, I buy stock in what he buys. And I say, thank you for investing into me.
Hey, I heard that. This is a very deep and important question. Kamaya wants to know, what advice would you give to someone who was sexually abused?
The first thing, being a survivor myself, is that to actually understand that it wasn't your fault. It wasn't your fault. And so when you acknowledge it, it doesn't mean you're owning the fact that you somehow contributed to your own demise or your own abuse and things like that. The reality of it is that it happens more frequently than people even care to disclose. And so the advice that I give somebody who's a product of abuse as a survivor, one survivor to the other, is be real, be honest, be open. Don't allow the abuse to define where you're going. You know what I mean? And so you can have healthy relationships. You can have trusting relationships. You can have intimate relationships with somebody else in the future that's not contingent upon it, but you got to own what actually happened. You got to be honest. You got to come out of the shadows. You can't hide that secret.
That's powerful. That's real. Maya wants to know, through all of your work, is there one person or one case that will always stay with you? And what did that case teach you? That's a
there's a great question. Yeah, there's a couple cases. One of my first cases, it was an immigrant from Jamaica. She had a 4-year-old, 3-year-old, and this is back in the 90s, and she was homeless, and I worked in a drop-in center. I didn't have access to homeless thing. I get all these resources. I'm making all these calls, and she just decided to leave. And she said she was going to stay at the Greyhound overnight. Well, back then the Greyhound was 24 hours, 7 days a week. You could stay there, sit there and stuff like that. And she stayed with their 4-year-old, and there was no law against that. And I always think, what could I have done differently? What could I have done better? And then I've had these other opposite experiences that I can't even explain. I'll be walking down the street, and somebody I worked with 20 years ago stopped the car and get out and said, "Man, I thank you for the opportunities that you helped me see." Didn't even recognize them at first. And so I've had a lot of experiences that both positive and things that one of the things you learn about doing this work is that it's an unexact science. Sometimes you make mistakes, sometimes you'll be really spot on, and sometimes you won't. But as long as you are committed, as long as you're confident and you're moving towards that goal, then you'll be fine.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Taylor says, what is something that you did that you were proud of, but other people didn't notice?
That's a great question.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
So something that I was proud of that people didn't notice. I have one of my favorite things that I think about is there was a homeless guy in DC on 7th Street. And he asked me for money every day, and I gave him money every time I had it. I was a college student or whatever. And then one day I gave him all my clothes that I could find. Nobody noticed, and I had forgot about it. Then I see somebody, I guess I accidentally gave him a shirt from college that had my name on it and my number on it from playing football or something like that. And I was like, dang, that shirt looked familiar, and it was him. And that made me feel real proud. Other things I do, I've always done community service. I'm the president of my Boys and Girls Club. I do Meals on Wheels now. I volunteered to help people with COVID-19 2 weeks ago. Like, I do things because I think it's right. I think it's right for our community. I don't do things for the accolades. I don't need them. And so, I've done things that I can't even remember. Other people will remember better than me because I don't really pay attention to what they get out of it. I just do it because it's the right thing to do.
Wow, you better say that. There's so many attention seekers out here, Mr. Orin. I don't know if you know, but and Facebook just made it even more acceptable, man. You better say that. Elder wants to know, how did you convince yourself that you weren't going to be like your family and take a different route?
I didn't really need to convince myself. I just had a different passion. It's easy to sell drugs. Not physically easy, but it's easy to do something that requires not a lot of thought. It's hard to walk into a classroom and compete with people who don't respect you by the color of your skin. I never shied away from difficult things. And so for me, it wasn't about convincing myself. I just had a bigger vision. If I take you to the same place where I grew up with in Philly and North Philly right now part of the neighborhood is gentrified, but it's the same people on the basketball court talking about the same stuff. I'm a doer. I can't talk all day about what we're going to do. I got to do something. So that was the thing. I knew something inside of me didn't want what that was. Yeah. I could have been in LA. I could have been a Crip. I could have been, and probably been good at it. I don't know. But I knew I saw something bigger. So I didn't really have to convince myself. I just believed in something was better.
Yeah, that's amazing. We definitely want to get to your video. I'm gonna ask this one question.
Yeah.
And then if you want, we can do your video. And then you got a bunch more questions. You're gonna be here all night.
That's fine. We don't have to do the video. I can modify in real time.
You sure?
Yeah, I can modify in real time.
Okay, y'all let me know. Put in the comments. Y'all want the video now, or y'all want to y'all want to save it? But we whatever you got, we know it's gonna be powerful. So yeah, we ready for it. Bree says, so if people in the past help themselves through everything, do you think it's okay for people to help themselves today with whatever they have going on?
Well, yeah, I do think people help themselves, but I don't believe people ever do it alone. I think it goes against the nature of science. You always have somebody or something that you need to get to where you're going. It's just recognizing if your circle is tight, meaning that if you have people around you who's pushing you to be better, or you have people around you that's dragging you down, that's holding you in position so that you don't take the necessary steps to move forward. And so if you're going to help yourself, is it okay to help yourself? I'm telling you, in order to be the best at something, you got to be selfish, not in the connotation that you heard it like, oh, you selfish, but the pure definition of selfish. The pure definition of selfish requires that you place yourself as a priority. So if you want to be a better woman, you want to be a better mother, you want to be a better sister, you want to be a better employee, you want to be a better entrepreneur, you have to place yourself first in order to do that.
Yes, yes. And her follow-up is, do you think that helping yourself actually makes you stronger and better and helps to build you?
Yeah, it's a contributing factor. There's a lot of things that contribute to helping yourself, and the concept of helping yourself. How you helping yourself physically, how you helping yourself spiritually, how you helping yourself mentally. And when I say spiritual, I don't necessarily mean a religion, but just aligning yourself spiritually with where you think you should be based on whomever your creator is. Half my family is Muslim, half my family is Christian. And they'll have two different perspectives of getting to the same end. And so what I would say to you is that helping yourself always is going to be, or being selfish is always going to put you in a better position. So yeah, please do help yourself so you can help other people.
You on fire, Mr. Orin. They overwhelmingly want to see your video now. But yo, I gotta ask this one question because it falls in line with what you just said. And then if it's okay, we'll go ahead and do the video because they really want to see it. But Hardcore says, can you tell us how can you align yourself? Example, your mind, body, and soul all aligned.
Man, one of the most difficult things that, and I say this to all my students, all my graduate school students, all my undergrad students, all my high school students, I'm saying this to you, that if you want to be good at this job, to be a good therapist, you got to go to therapy. So you got to get help. And I will tell you, one of the hardest things to do is put a mirror up to yourself and look at all your strengths and weaknesses. So that was an important part of my own personal development of alignment, is like, yo, I understand that I wasn't perfect. I understand that I could have handled this differently, but I'm still okay. And understanding that, despite the feeling, you heard some speakers talk about their personal plights and things like that and stuff. Well, as long as you get up and you're in the fight, that's a win. So yeah, alignment looks differently. It requires us all to remain a student. Energy is circular. So when I say energy is circular, when I stand before a class, I'm teaching them, but they're teaching me in return. Yeah. So when you're getting this knowledge and your energy is good, you're going to learn and absorb on how you can help yourself spiritually get aligned and physically aligned. You'll know because every ounce of your being will support it. In terms of mental health, you know, one of the things is you have to get over the notion of some of these scripts that have been running throughout our generations. You have to be a cycle breaker. You know, yeah, it does work for Black people. Yeah, it is healthy for us. It is a necessity that you break the cycle of bondage that we've had for 450 years plus, and we still have as we live in oppression.
Yeah. Oh, you on fire, Mr. Orin. You on fire. Yeah, so much truth, so much power, so many great points and jewels dropped all within that. Thank you so much.
So before you go to the video, I want to preface this video by this.
Yeah.
When you hear the sound, if you can hear it, I don't know about where you guys grew up, but where I grew up, both in the inner city and in the suburbs, there was an ice cream man. And that sound for me was always associated with positivity. I used to go to my sock and get the coins out to get the ice cream and all that stuff. I used to, borrow money to get whatever I can get off the ice cream truck, whether it be toasted almonds, strawberry shortcake, sandwiches, whatever the case may be. But what you didn't know, and I'm going to preface it, is that that song has history. So imagine spiritually how I'm chasing a song with this history, and you can play it.
Wow. I'm gonna play. I got it.
Oh, I got it. I have to share my screen.
He said, "Yeah, you can share your screen." He was saying, "You can, man. I'm a low key DJ, but I ain't got it. I would have played it."
Fair enough. Let me make sure I shared it with you.
This is some good stuff, man. I know y'all, he dropping all the jewels. Mr. Orin, you gotta go back and look at your comments because I'm only picking out the questions, but you have so many affirming comments and so many people who are relating to what you're saying and just lifting you up in positive notes and messages.
Well, I appreciate them. So imagine, this is a song you hear from the ice cream truck, and these are the real words. So I'm gonna stop it there, just to tell you what the lyric is. You niggas drop your bone and come get some ice cream. Nigga pick a watermelon, aha, aha. Nigga pick a watermelon, aha, aha. And so what I'm suggesting to us is that those images that you saw on that screen were images that were given to you. They're not images that we created. We carry those images in our head, in our mind today. Welfare queens, I can throw out all different kind of terms, but the reality of it is that that is been placed upon us to keep us suppressed, keep our mindset in the same place it was of shiftless. The history of watermelon with Black people is really intriguing. It happened to be a person practicing their camera, and these two African Americans were eating watermelon for the camera. They were just playing with the camera. And that became the national image of the United States. And that image of Black people eating watermelon has been passed down for generations and generations. Even some of you be like, oh, you act like, or you act, you know. And so my thing is that this is why it is essential that you break the cycle, because the reality of it is that you're working off of information of oppression, not information of your true legacy and where you truly are. And so when you get your mental health in order, you understand the greatness of what you bring, and you get away from the things that people project on you, that you're not going to amount to nothing, that you can't get it done, that you should just go ahead and get a day job and work somewhere easy. No, those are things that are projected because in an economy called capitalism, it requires 10% of the population to not do anything. It creates greater supply and demand. Who do you think this country would like the 10% to be?
Yeah. Wow. Wow. You just dropped a real big bomb on us, Mr. Orin. I don't think Anybody. And y'all let me know if anybody knew that. We got a lot of comments saying like, I'm not buying ice cream no more. Like, that's crazy. Like, what's your perspective on that? I mean, like seriously, because like they really,
because people don't know. We gotta educate. We gotta educate ourselves. People don't know. I didn't know this stuff right away. I didn't know that Ashanti-land, which was a place for free slaves, was stolen by white people. And you know what it became? Central Park. So I didn't know that. I didn't know the Statue of Liberty was originally a Black woman. I had no idea about that history. And so her original picture is somewhere in France, the original model, but the Americans asked them to change it because the original model was supposed to indicate freedom from slavery and bondage. Her features were Black. But when they changed it over, it became something this. You could still see the chains on this one, just to affirm that they weren't willing to compromise completely.
Wow.
So we have to become educated, and we have to educate other people.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, you getting a lot of reactions, Mr. Orin, like, oh my gosh, like this is powerful. Thank you so many jewels. This is amazing. Wow. Wow. Oh my gosh. Hold up, y'all. I'm gonna take some of these questions right now just because we just watched the video, and then I'm gonna go back to some of the other questions so I can make sure that we don't get those lost. Elder, please keep track of all the questions because y'all know how our time running down, and he got a lot of questions backed up here. So, all right, we're gonna start right here. So she was from France. I guess they're talking about the Statue
of Liberty.
Of Liberty. Can you give us a little more context around that?
Yeah, it was a gift to the United States. It's supposed to, United States wanted to use that as a welcoming for immigration. That's back when it was acceptable for immigration to come here to the United States, not under this current administration. And so what happened is France designed it, and the first original design they sent, and the United States was like, no. So if you actually look up the Statue of Liberty and look at it, they'll have language that indicates that there's a myth or a rumor that this was the case. But we know it to be true. They know it. A lot of the images that you see and a lot of the things that you see in the United States, even in Washington, D.C., there's a guy named Anthony Browder that takes a tour of Washington, D.C. and will show you the images that on the buildings that you think are American that are really based in African principle. And so what I would say is that the history of it is that the final version that came had more white features, but it kept the chains around her ankles.
Wow. Wow. And why do you think fundamentally that they didn't want a Black woman's statue in America?
To acknowledge that Black people are actually who they are would mean that their behavior could no longer be justified. Systemic oppression in Baltimore, if you live in Baltimore City, they call it the butterfly. They designed housing in this butterfly effect where they wanted Black people to live. East Side, West Side is not coincidence. It was by design.
Wow.
If you think about it, you know, they also designed the beltways to be closer to some of the hoods. Like when you came off of MLK Avenue, it was real close to getting on the beltway and all that stuff. Well, part of it is in every major city is designed like that. Why? Why is it designed like that? So that military can get in and get out quickly. It was housed for you guys to be confined. That's why in this pandemic and what's going on in coronavirus is a lot more of us disproportionately catching the virus than because we're already in condensed environments. And so the only difference is that the virus doesn't have any boundaries, so it doesn't care about your color. But the reality of it is that things are designed in a way that keeps us redlining. Redlining is a concept where the banks wouldn't lend you money to live in a particular neighborhood, but they would lend you money to live over McCullough. They wouldn't. Wow. They wouldn't lend you, and so by doing that, you can move a series of people in a particular area, and you can keep, you know, Catonsville or some of the plush areas more white.
Wow. Is it true that there's a third verse that was against Black people in the Star Spangled Banner because they fought with the British?
Yes, it is true.
Wow. I know, y'all. We need a longer conversation with him. I know they saying we need more time. I know. Oh my gosh. Wow. This is amazing. This is amazing. I want to go back to Ania's question, because this question is a powerful question. She says, when you see Black youth in the situation that can be criminal or just trauma, what's the first thought that pops in your mind about your childhood? And what would do you ever say that it could have been me, and what could be going on?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The first thought is that it could have been me. I understand. Trauma, let me say, trauma is one of those things, and you're going to learn, I think the gentleman spoke, he's going to teach you about healing-centered education and stuff like that, but he spoke about trauma, but trauma is something that you never get over. You just learn how to live with it. And so what happens is that when you see other people experiencing trauma in real time, you may get secondary trauma. Have you ever seen a fight and you walk away from the fight and you feel like you've been in it and you feel like you're scared, your heart is racing? Those are events of secondary trauma. When you see somebody get shot, you may not have nothing to do with it, but you're going to experience secondary trauma. And so one of the problems that we have in our community is we don't deal with trauma. What we do is try and suppress it. We try and act like it's normal. We try and act like we can move forward. And as a result of it, it just manifests itself in stress, therefore causing us to behave in different ways, therefore getting us sick, therefore causing us to die at an earlier age. And so we have to be very cognizant of the amount of trauma that we're exposed to, that we participate in, you can get trauma off of watching TV if you're not careful. So my thing is, I think about a lot of things. Driving while Black. I look at somebody, that's a concept I teach in one of my classes. So if you don't think it's real, and I would tell you that statistically they've already acknowledged that there is a disproportionate amount of people being pulled over, harassed. True story. I was actually a student at the University of Maryland. I was coming out of my girlfriend's apartment with my boy, my best friend. The police came, they jumped, they pulled their guns on me, they had me on the ground. They accused us of stealing something. Now, mind you, we had just walked down the steps, so we couldn't have gotten even to the parking lot yet. And so they left us there. A Black officer came there and I was going off. I looked at the Black officer and I said, "You gonna let them do this to us?" And my friend was like, "Shut the up, oh," because he knew what potentially could happen in that moment. They let us go. How about this? 20, 30 years later, my son goes to the same school where this officer is still working. And I said, "Hey, do you remember me?"
Wow.
He didn't. But that just goes to show you that the trauma is real for me. When I saw him, he looked 20, 30 years older, but I knew exactly who he was. I knew he didn't defend us. I knew he didn't represent the badge.
Wow. No, it's real. Man, please. Even me. It's happening to women too.
Absolutely.
Like, yo, they pulled me out my car at gunpoint. It was like 20 or 30 officers on 83.
Yeah.
If I would have moved my head maybe a half an inch over, a car would have, like, I saw tires on 83.
Right.
They had me on it talking about something my car stole. I'm like, well, I'm just getting off of work, bro. What are you talking about?
Right. And the truth of the matter is that you don't get over that trauma. It never leaves you. No. But with mental health, with addressing it, you can learn to live with it.
Yeah. No, that's real. That is absolutely real. Ania says, so how do you get a diagnosis for mental trauma? That's an important question. Thank you for that question.
Yeah, that is an important question. Usually, I'm gonna say this is my bias. This is not true for everybody. I believe people of color have an advantage as providers to people of color. So not all the time, because like I will tell you, I've known Kyla for 20 something years. We used to work together.
Shout out Dr. K.
I will tell you that she's down 100. But I will say in the same breath to you, you have to be mindful. One of the most commonly misdiagnosed things is ADHD for African-American children. Why? Because it is a behavioral observation that people make. And so what I'm saying is that if you want an appropriate diagnostic framework, one, you have to educate yourself on what you're looking for. Like trauma can manifest itself through anxiety, It can manifest itself through depression. It can manifest itself through a lot of different things. So PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, it can manifest itself. What that author I told you about implied is that any person of color has post-traumatic slave syndrome.
Wow.
How about that?
Wow. Just because of what we've been through.
Yes, just because of what we inherently been through in our ancestors. And
wow.
So, yeah, I would tell you the most practical thing to do is to find somebody, a clinician that, and you have to interview them like you would anything else. You can't just accept them as being true and great for you, because it's about personality matching and all that stuff. And you actually sit down and talk to them about how you feel. When I work with you guys, some of you guys during the year, I think I'll show you what that diagnosis, what I use to diagnose that.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're going to be one of our mentors for the Healing Center Youth Program. Yeah. Absolutely. Q has a great question. Q, I love this question. She says, how would you handle or make sense of moments where there is a relapse of what you are being treated for? It's a powerful question.
Yeah, that is a powerful question. Success is not linear. It's not a straight line. Success can go up and down as long as it's trending. That's what we're looking for. Perfection is a destination that we don't get to, which oftentimes we strive for. So sometimes in some things, slides or relapses are part of the growth cycle to get to where you're trying to go. So depending on what it is, like if it's substance abuse or depressive episodes and stuff like that, it would be a miscalculation to assume that once you get help with something, it's over.
Oof.
It manifests a lot of different ways. So you'll come back to it and it'll manifest in different life cycles. What we're trying to do is empower you as clinicians, as therapists, empower you as medical people to have you have more decisions and more tools to have as you move forward.
Yeah.
I always make this analogy to young kids around 12 and under. I talk about Iron Man. Like if you saw the first Iron Man movie, he had this old clunky fighting thing that only shot fire, he couldn't fly. But by the end of the last set, the man had a suit that was made out of nanobites and he can go into space. Yeah. That's called adaptability. And what we're trying to do in our business is give you more tools to be adaptable so that when it comes again, or when it comes in a different way, you'll have more tools to choose from. We're not trying in the business of eliminating stuff because some stuff can't be eliminated.
Wow. Y'all, we only got time for one more question, but keep your questions going because Mr. Orin, we're going to send them to you. We definitely want to send them to you because they got them coming. Arthur says, when did you realize that changing yourself for the better was actually worth it?
I was sitting at a party. I didn't want to go and I didn't want to be there. Shooting started at the party. When I was sitting around and I was thinking to myself, like, it's possible I may not make it out of here. My man was in the tub hiding. You know, I was just kind of, I don't know what I was doing. And I realized at that moment that I don't have to allow peer pressure to bring me to these places. I don't have to allow, I just knew that I needed to follow my dream. I had other moments too, positive moments too, as well. I knew I needed to change when I was little. I had always thought homeless people were like winos when I was growing up, because that's all I saw was people who was drunk on the street and they had no place to stay. But when my grandma took me to her church and we was feeding the homeless, I saw an infant. That infant till this day still is in my mind. I saw her in a stroller getting something to eat with her mom. And that's the first time I realized that homeless people can be homeless children, can be homeless anything. I couldn't remember how old I was, maybe 7, 6, I don't know. But the reality of it is that you have these different moments. What you learn to do when you get aligned is pay attention, be present to all these moments. Take from it what you need as you design your path and believe, because you can't lose. We depend on you.
Wow, that is amazing. That is amazing. Oh my gosh. Mr. Orin, I gotta ask you the last and final question that we ask everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Your jewels. If you had to leave us with a jewel for today, what would you leave us with?
I would say that success is not measured by the outcome. It's measured by the journey. The fact that you are here present and taking what you need so that you can be better is a testimony to your desire and passion to be. Believe despite what people are going to tell you and demonstrate in your life. Believe that there's something better for you because that's what you want. When you make a mistake, please don't believe that we're mistake free. As bad as the mistake could be, as horrible as you think the mistake can be, you can always come back if you can come back.
Ooh, ooh. What a powerful note to end on. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Mr. Orin. This has been just amazing. Like, you came and you did exactly what we needed you to do, man. You cleared that hurdle, man.
I'm glad. I hope I represented like the last two.
You turned it all the way up, and that just put more pressure on the next person coming up. But it is so great. Thank you, thank you
so much, and I wish you all the best. I look forward to working with you in the future. I look forward to you one day, somebody in this room replace me as a professor, as the clinician, be better than me. I look forward to that day. And so I see you guys soon. Thank you so much. Yes. Continue to do the blessed work that you do. And anything I can do to support you, I'd be glad.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll be in touch with you soon for sure.
Okay, take care.
All right. Y'all, how powerful was that? Didn't I tell y'all? Nothing but heat all week with this mental health. Elder, get all the questions, y'all. All the questions that I didn't get answered, get all the questions. Send me an email. We're going to send those questions to Mr. Orin, and we're going to make sure that you guys get answers to those questions. Yo, special shout out to Dr. K, y'all. If I haven't said it, I got to say it like 100 more times. This was her vision. This is her leadership. She pulled this wonderful group of people together. It was her idea to have this healing-centered leadership for young people, this program. So thank you for thinking about HeartSmiles and the Heartbeats as like, you know, the first people to kind of lead this thing forward. So y'all, it don't stop here. We got Miss Mo coming up at 12 o'clock. And then we got Miss Kaitlyn today for academic success. So if anybody has any work that you need to get done, hit me up ASAP so that you can get on here and get that work done with Miss Kaitlyn. We're looking for maybe 1 or 2 people who want to walk through some work with Miss Kaitlyn so we can get that popping later on. So I'll see y'all in a few minutes. Right back here with Miss Money Mo. Hey y'all. We are back. We got Miss Money Mo coming. Man, we done had some great sessions, y'all. All day. The boys versus girls. Right into Mr. Orin. Man, Miss Money Mo, what's up?
Hey,
How you doing?
good. How are you?
Good, good. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday. We here.
You here? Yeah, man. We are here, man. We are here. You got some heat to follow up, man.
Don't I always?
You always. I know, yo. Your spot is so hard because you come right off of the heat, yo.
It's fine. It is what it is. It is what it is.
We loving it, though. Did you see any of Miss Simone's session earlier?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Who you think won, yo? Who won?
Oh, my ladies. Ladies.
You
Definitely
didn't even
won.
think about it.
Yeah, no. I mean, I was watching a little bit of it, but my ladies definitely won. They came ready.
Y'all ain't even think about it. At least I thought about mine. I was contemplating. Yo,
That shit was 2 hours ago. I had time to think.
Yo, I know that's right.
My ladies definitely won. It's fine though. I didn't, I will say I didn't watch from beginning to end, but from what I saw, the ladies won.
No, you right. You would be right. I told them, like, yo, somebody at least give one vote for the boys so it could be something versus one.
I mean, like, they voted for themselves, right?
Nah, I don't even think they did that.
Hey, y'all didn't vote for yourselves.
I don't even think they did that, man.
Oh, man.
Here go one right here. Lamar knocking on the door. Should I let him in?
If you choose.
Hey, yo, listen. I hope he woke. Because he got beat up. Oh, he woke. He up, y'all.
He's stretching. Lamar,
he up, y'all. Because he was sleeping on us earlier.
Uh-oh.
See,
He was asleep earlier.
Lamar.
That wasn't my fault though, personally. But I apologize for that though. I did feel bad because I was supposed to be doing that.
You ain't gotta apologize. That was your reputation on the line.
I mean, I was gonna make it regardless because I'm waving more. But I was just tired because I was up doing orders and stuff.
Hey yo, just stop, yo. Just stop right there. I'm saving you, bro. I'm giving you some free advice. You an entrepreneur, you want people to buy your stuff, right? Just stop right there.
All right, got
y'all go buy his do-rags, y'all. You want waves? Go buy his do-rags, y'all.
I got bonus too. And Cameron said, "What's the password?"
Oh, he got bonus too. Ain't no password, yo. Tell her click the link, yo. Get her situation out together.
I feel like people's devices do different things. I don't know what's going on, but it's no password.
I don't know. Y'all see his waves, right? Y'all want them? Y'all better make your order. I ordered me a do-rag, y'all. I ordered two, actually. The HeartSmiles colors, the red and black.
I'm gonna need one too when I chop my hair off, so I should probably.
You chopping your hair?
You can't get it now for them prices go up.
Why would you chop your hair off? You know you can wear do-rag with these dreads.
That's not her hair, y'all.
I thought they were dreads. That's not her hair.
Yo, bye, yo, bye. Yo, bye, yo.
Yo, I thought that was her hair.
Yo, she got about as much hair as you, yo.
It is my hair, Lamar. It's mine. I grew it out of my scalp.
How much did you pay for that, yo?
Wow. So we're gonna have this kind of day today. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I didn't pay anything. It was free because I grew them. And that's on period.
Oh, Miss Mo. Only thing I gotta say is right. I do have long bonnets, so.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, I do need another long bonnet. I'm not even gonna hold you because mine ripped.
Just hit my IG. Well, not my IG. My business account.
I got
IG.
your business account. Okay.
I got you.
I saw you.
I get you right.
Hey, yo, y'all better get it before them prices go up, man.
Honestly, truly. I'm gonna have to give me a do-rag.
Whether you grew your hair or bought it, yo, he got something for you.
We're not doing this today.
Where's everybody else at?
We're not doing this today. I don't know. Y'all get your people, Mom. Where your people?
Yeah, that's a wavy wave bonnet. Hey Cam, good morning.
Mine's on the way, yo. Hey,
Yours on the way. Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was
why?
gonna put my wig on, but I ain't had time.
Y'all, my father just texted me and about my hair. He was like, "Stop lying in my house." That is a hot mess.
Yo, Daddy, you in?
He heard me. He heard me say that I grew up out my head, and he said, "Stop lying in our house."
Yo,
That's a
them
mess.
Saints,
Nobody
yo, them Saints won't let you live.
You got me over here thinking that's real.
Exactly, but you know that's how it's supposed to be. So that's how you know it look good, though.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely not real. My real hair is short.
Yo, where did Elder go? She was on here, and was she supposed to be on here?
Yeah. I don't know where she went though.
I know she came in and dipped out. That's right, Taylor. She need the Verizon guards, man, because I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Yo, we need a rematch of the boys versus girls, yo, but with new boys.
With new boys.
No.
With new boys.
Yeah, new boys.
No.
That can go up against them because Ari and Summit, yo, they a powerful little team, yo, and you gotta be ready for them, yo.
Nah, see, look, I'm not. That's because we wasn't prepared. I thought it was me and Charlotte was gonna be like a regular, typical conversation, like how it is with the other, like how it was with the other sessions. We didn't realize.
Yo, when they put the verses in between it, you should have known it was gonna be real.
Yeah, because like, I'm like, all right, cool.
Miss Tony.
Why she yelling?
Because I'm excited.
She crazy like that. You know when people only 3 feet.
Yo.
Yo, Cameron, yo, I'm loving the bonnet, yo.
No, that ain't the wavy wave bonnet. That's the generic bonnet.
Yo, it's
exactly.
That's the Price Right bonnet. No, wait till she get the wavy wave.
Exactly. You know my bonnet
today.
I got that thick line on it, so it's like
that's the great value.
It's gonna cover all that forehead.
Oh, hey, yo.
Stop playing with me.
Y'all is crazy.
Y'all
is crazy. Yeah, Kamaya Success Sessions. Yes, we got to get you on the girls versus boys too, man, because you had some hitting points.
Yeah, you do.
I cleaned up my room.
I don't know if y'all have a chance for real. I'm not even gonna lie to you, because even the girls in the comments were going off.
They was going off, but the
It's not fair. It's never gonna be fair.
No, it is always going to be fair. Y'all just gotta be prepared. The boys wanted y'all, they was rooting for y'all, but then they was like, they was like, yo, gotta give it to the girls.
But at the end, we had all our best points though. Like all our best points, everything that everybody could relate on, agree upon. We had all the same points at the end. Like we had all our best points was at the end. Like after them first two, after that, everything was good.
I mean, after y'all woke up, y'all was good, but y'all like the sleepy co-workers that come in, don't get nothing done before your first cup of coffee. Whole time they came in, Red Bulled up. Like,
hey, yo, not Red Bulled up.
They did, yo. They was blazing. They was like,
somebody get her. Somebody get Miss Jones. Get her.
Yo, did they or did they not, yo? And then, like, yo, when Ari had to basically hold Summer back, Ari was like, yo, hold on. Like, because Summer was all like, no, I ain't even gonna say it. Like, yo, it was like holding back a monster.
It's all right, Lamar. It's okay. It's all
no,
right.
Bro, y'all banked me, bro.
Listen,
you did get banked, yo. You was on the ropes bleeding and everything. I was like, throw him a towel.
Okay, it's all right, Lamar, because this session is supposed to be about getting back up, right? And you're supposed to be doing this. It's supposed to be about getting back up and being resilient.
I'm canceling this session.
What?
The session
Oh,
canceled.
no, hold on.
Like, no, I'm sorry.
We're not canceling.
Yeah, the session level.
Give me
We're not canceling. Hold on.
everybody get their refund from Wavy Way.
I get the most amount of money because you told me that you had this session. Ain't nobody canceling nothing. You better go ahead.
Y'all crazy. What are we doing? What are we doing, man?
All right. Okay. So, right, we're talking about being resilient. Like, everybody know what resiliency is. You hear it all, well, not all the time, but you hear it pretty common. So what I would like from everybody is to give that definition of being resilient and what that means to them.
All right. Lamar, what order do you want us to go? How you want to start it off?
Disconnection.
All right. Elder, start us off while we get Lamar back.
Dang.
Sure. Cameron, you wanna go?
Yo, you always put me on the spot. Yo, I go. All right. Being resilient is like facing like difficulties or like challenges and being able to like overcome them.
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Cat.
Yo, them birds, yo.
Okay, listen. So yeah, I feel like resilience is like, even though you get knocked down and you like, no matter how many times like you fail, you just keep trying, I feel like that's what the resilience is every time you get back up and you keep trying. That's the definition of resilience.
Thank you, Elder. Who got those are your birds? Elder, I know they're your birds. Those are your birds.
Them birds always over there.
They always over there.
Listen, you all just mad that y'all live in the ghetto and y'all be hearing like sirens. I hear birds.
Don't ever play with me.
Y'all wasn't saying nothing. Y'all wasn't saying nothing when he was outside and he had birds outside. Y'all wasn't saying nothing then.
Who was outside?
Don't worry about
Sean?
it. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I'm confused just now. I'm like, he was at work.
Lamar, your definition of resiliency.
Oh yeah, my definition, I'm not gonna read the one right here that I got in front of me, but basically my definition for resiliency is just basically like you being able to overcome any adversity that come your way, like regardless of how hard it knock you down, you able to recover. Like it's like it's nothing that's gonna keep you down. Like, yeah, in the moment you could be sad, but like the next day or a few months from now, you on top of the world. Like just something that it's like being resilient is kind of like your shield, like you keeping the shield up and you not letting nothing knock you down. That's basically my definition for resiliency. But would y'all like to share too, Ms. Mo?
Yeah. It's interesting that you brought up the shield because I was gonna say being resilient is like being a warrior. So just like being prepared for everything that comes your way and like being tough in those moments where you just feel like you're gonna break or that you can break, but still being able to overcome whatever you're going through.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with everything that everybody said. I would put maybe just like a small different spin on it and just come from a mindset perspective. And that being resilient means that, you know, having a mindset basically that's unbreakable.
Thank you all for your comments. Y'all are, well, everyone, including myself, we all had basically around the same thought process. We all thought the same about what it means to be resilient. But the actual definition for being resilient is able to withstand or recover quickly from difficult conditions. So we all basically had the same general definition, but we just all explained it in different ways. All right, so I like everybody. Well, if y'all feel comfortable with it, y'all could tell everyone a time where y'all were resilient. I will go first. A time where I was resilient. What was my story again? See, I had it all here. I'm prepared. Don't, Ms. Johnny, I'm prepared. Don't do that. All right. So a time when I was resilient was ninth grade year when I first came to my high school, Kaitlyn Academy. Yeah, it was ninth grade year when I was trying out for JV basketball. As from the story, you could probably already guess. I didn't make the team, so I was kind of sad about that, but I didn't let that get me down. I actually used that as motivation and fuel to build myself up and actually work harder and be the person that I need to be so I can make that actual spot. And I actually took somebody's spot ninth grade year because I worked so hard and I outworked everybody to make sure I got on the team. Even though I didn't get a lot of minutes, I used that as also motivation and like critique my own stuff. Like, I'm like, what am I doing bad enough that I need to fix so that I could actually get time? So I took all of that and I used that so I could be resilient and I actually made the team. But not only that, my next year I was the first person picked for JV basketball. On top of that, I also was a starter for a big majority of the season. So it's like being resilient is like, well, that is an example of being resilient. Well, that's my example. I didn't let it get down. I didn't let that get me down. I didn't let that turn me into someone that's one of them people like, oh, I got good grades. I like to play basketball, but I'm not going to play because the coaches are choosing or something like that. Nah, I seen the event. I seen the opportunity that I had. And even though I didn't get it the first time, the second time around, I got it. And the third time around, I made it mine. So, yeah. Anybody else like to share?
I can go. And like mine is when I first started HeartSmiles, and we had this idea to teach kids about entrepreneurship and leadership. The very first class was 2 kids. And that was after we had maybe like 30 or 40 something kids actually enrolled, like who actually said that they would want to come, said that they would want to show up. And out of that, only 2 kids came. And I could have easily let that discourage me or easily let that put me in a place of, man, kids don't want this. Like, this ain't something that's important to them. Let me just, not even worry about it. But I kept my promise in terms of the idea that we still want to give it 110% effort, whether we had just 1 kid or 100 kids. And thank God I didn't allow that to discourage me or to throw us off track, because now when we do stuff like that, we actually got to close off registration and say, hey, we can't, even fit nobody else into the classes. But for me, that one just kind of hit home, because I see so many people start businesses, and once they hit those first couple of hard times, like they just stop. And when you stop, you never know what it could grow into or what it could eventually become. And I just thank God that I had a resilient mindset to be able to not even look at it in terms of quantity, but really just think about quality.
Will anybody else like to go?
I'll go. I feel like I have a couple of examples, and I was trying to determine which one I was gonna tell, but I think I'm gonna go from the perspective of a sport as well. So I used to run like years back, and I was like really good as far as JV. Like I was JV good. Like out of the JV team, like all right, I was something, right? But then I moved into a place of like the varsity kind of squad. And everybody was running faster than me. I was getting blown out, at least by myself, like maybe on a relay team, like I had a chance because everybody else was faster. So it was like, all right, if I messed up, somebody picked it up. But by myself, I was getting blown out. And I was obviously like on the slower end. And so in order to like kind of manage that, like I had to it was definitely like tough on my mind, but I had a really, really good coach, number one. So that helped me. But I also just had to realize like it was bigger than me. Like track is a very individual like sport. It can be, but it's also very much a team sport as well. So if I was in a place where I was like, oh, I can't do this anymore, I'll be letting down my team, my relays, my coach, my, you know, the whole entity of track and field. And so I was just like, all right, Morgan, you just have to work harder. Like you have to work harder. You have to get better. You have to ask more questions. You have to ask your teammates for help and what they do. You have to watch your teammates and study your teammates, study the professionals. Like you just have to immerse yourself more into what the sport is and how you can get better. So I was down and out, but with the hard work and with just like the dedication to it and asking more questions and everything, I got better. Definitely not the best by any means, but I definitely got much better. So yeah.
Okay, so I think one time, I think this like the biggest time that I showed resilience was, so before I ended up going to Forest Park, I went to Crystal Ray. And my junior year, I had ended up hitting my head and getting a concussion. So because I had a concussion, it was a really bad one too. And they didn't have anybody at the school that could help me with my work, like that could assist me, like IEP or anything like that. So it was kind of like, even though I was struggling, I still had to do it on my own. So what happened was I tried my best. I did everything that I could. And I ended up failing like 2 classes. So after that, they said, well, because you failed 2 classes, you can't go here anymore. And I was like, okay. So I ended up transferring to another school. And once I got to the other school, they said, well, if you want to be a senior, you're going to have to take night school and like different classes so that you can get your credits up. And of course, I was discouraged. I was like, this not fair for real. Like, I didn't ask for none of this. So I ended up taking night school seriously, going to coach class, doing everything I could. And then I ended up being like at the top of my class at my new school. So it was like, if I didn't take it seriously and if I didn't do the things that I had to do, then I probably wouldn't have been in that position. So I feel like I showed a lot of resilience because still at the time, I was still struggling with the effects from the concussion. And I still wasn't getting any help. So I just had to push through it and just do what I had to do to get it done.
Yo, them birds is getting strong, yo.
I thought I was tripping. Yo. They really figured me out. Yo.
All right, I'll go.
How about you go, Cameron?
I'm about to go. All right, so one time, because I kind of struggled like thinking about a time that I was being resilient. Hold on. I'm sorry, my little brother was calling me. But a time that I was being resilient is like I got the opportunity to vend at the airframe, right? For free of charge. Like if anybody ever like search vending at the airframe, like it can be high. So like 500 for food, being a food vendor, and then on top of that more. And then you had to get your tax license and everything else. So I got the opportunity to vend free. So the first person I brought it to, since it was from like a summer job, I told my mother. And she basically was like that's going to be too much. Like, I don't think you could do it, or you should do it. And I'm just like, this is a big opportunity for me to get my name out there, and you're not believing in me. So then I knew who to call. I ended up calling my father, and he was on point with it. And like he said, I don't care what your mother say. Me and you can go up there, and we can do it by ourselves. But you can find a couple people that you want to work with. And like basically, I think he said, I don't know word for word. I wish he was like on the phone right here, right now. But he was like, he'll be the horse. So like anything I need done, he's gonna do it for me. So basically, like even without the support that I truly needed, like even from like friends, like I still did it. And like even during that time, I had to be resilient because like during the airframe, like my father, he's like he a little like he got ADHD. So like his head be everywhere. So he had a push start. So he was driving to the fruit spot to get all the fruit. Like he was getting like cases and cases of fruit. He get there, he left his keys in the house. I don't know how it drove all the way to the fruit spot and didn't cut off. But when he stopped it at the fruit spot, the car cut off. And he was like, he thought he left his keys in the spot and they were in the house. So he had to find somebody. He called me and told me that he basically didn't know where his keys were. So like, I was kind of panicking, but I'm like, you know what? My father will always make sure that he's gonna come through, like especially with something like this. So he ended up calling one of his homeboys. Luckily, he got that good net worth, and he called his homeboys, and they came and picked him up with all the cases of fruit and all that. Probably had their trunk, their back seat, all the way filled up, and he came through, and I was happy for that. And even after that, like the second day, it was raining like hard. Not many people was coming to the Afrin. So you know what we did? Me, my friends, and my father was selling fruit in the rain. So I'm like, that's like being resilient, because like I didn't have support. Well, support from the people I thought I was gonna get support from anyway. And then like I just had to fight through all that. Like things wasn't always good, but like I still made sure that I was gonna put Chaos Smoothies on the mat at the Afrin, and I was gonna put my name up there. So that's the time that I was resilient.
Yeah, shorty.
Bravo. Ms. Joni, would you like to read any comments from the people commenting?
Oh yeah. Matter of fact, we had a really good comment too earlier from Kamaya. Kamaya said resilience is being able to bounce back from hardships regardless of the challenges. And then people were just saying that they agree. And then of course they talking about the birds and stuff. But that was like the one that had like substance.
So I want to ask y'all, like, all y'all a question, right? Well, it's two questions, so I'm gonna just ask them in two sets. So, in y'all opinion, what are ways that you could be mentally resilient?
Can you answer it first?
I think I'll go. I'll go ahead.
Oh no, I was waiting for you.
You were waiting on us, but you know what? Okay.
Go ahead, Cam, Lamar, Elder.
I'm going. I'm going. All right. So I think you're gonna be like mentally resilient by like building a mindset like that, regardless of anything. Like you have to like get the intent, the end goal. Like even without people or like without certain things, like you have to like learn how to adapt to certain situations and learn how to like depend on yourself before anybody else, because a lot of things like when you wait on other people, like you're gonna be waiting forever for it to get done. So like if they're not gonna do it, like who gonna do it? So you gotta build that mindset like that you can do it by yourself. Like that's not the best mindset to have, but like even without people, like if you don't have a support system, you gotta remind yourself of your end goal and what you really want done.
So yeah, I agree with what Cameron just said. Yeah, you do. You gotta have that certain mindset. Like it's not a, in my opinion, it's not a bad. I'm stuttering a little bit. It's not bad to have that type of mindset. That's actually a very good mindset. Like there's nothing wrong with that. Like for you to be like, all right, I gotta depend on myself. Like that's just something that you gotta do to get over stuff. Like if you feel as though that you gotta work on yourself and put yourself in overdrive in order for you to feel as though that you're being resilient in a bad situation mentally, then that's what you got to do. Like it's nothing really wrong with it. Like to be mentally resilient is basically to have like yourself, like when no one else got it, you got yourself. Like if something gets you down mentally, like say you become depressed, right, and you feel as though like nobody on your side, you don't got nobody, then for you to be mentally resilient, like if you feel as though you can't get help, but you don't want nothing bad to happen to you, then you mentally, you'll figure out a way for you to do what you got to do so that you can get back to your regular self. Or mentally resilient is like you would think about it and then you would take the initiative, like, okay, this is what I got to do to make me happy. I'm not just going to sit around and allow this to happen.
I definitely agree with what Mar and Camry said, because I feel like, especially like if you're sad about something, you just have to like get yourself together. Just say, okay, like we gotta get through this. I feel like, especially for me, like when I'm trying to use the internet and I'm trying to use like Google Sheets or whatever, and it keep messing up, I just be like, just bring it back. We're gonna start over. Like, I don't know. I just have to just say it to myself. You have to do it. And I feel like if you really want something really, really bad, you'll figure out how to do it. Like, for example, one time somebody was supposed to make a flyer for me and they said, oh, I'll make it for you. And they never made it for me. And like Camry said, like, I was stuck sitting around waiting for them to do it. I said, you know what? I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to think about it. I'm going to just think real hard. And I would figure out how to do it. And I ended up making a flyer for myself. And I said, well, look at that. Like, all I had to do was just keep saying I could do it, saying I could get through it. And I ended up doing it. So, yeah. Miss Morgan?
So I guess you might hear like a theme kind of in my particular responses, because I feel like what's been contributing to like me being mentally resilient is just always knowing like that it's something like bigger than me, like, and it's not about me. So like if I do find myself in like a dark place or like a sad place, and because of the way that I kind of cope with that, I withdraw when I'm sad, or when I am just not feeling the best. I withdraw from people normally. But within this last, I don't know, just recently, maybe the last couple of years of my life or whatever, I'm not in position to be able to do that. I can't just withdraw from the world or withdraw from people when I feel, down or whatever, because it's an I thing. So I just find like me always thinking about like, okay, you may feel a certain way, but you still have to fulfill the commitments that you said that you were going to fulfill. You still have to, contribute in the ways that you said that you were going to contribute. And you still have to like, do the things that you say you were going to do. So that's what helps me.
Yeah. And for me, like, I think like foundationally, it really is rooted in discipline. So like, even if you take away the idea of, like do it myself, got to be independent, that mental resilience is, am I going to do and get done what I said that I was going to do and get done, regardless of the barriers or the obstacles, challenges that come my way? Am I going to discipline myself enough to really just fight through it? And sometimes fighting through it is with a team or with somebody else, but just really being able to not let any type of distractions, whether that's a person, place, or thing, kind of get in your way mentally in terms of achieving whatever goal that is. And you also too deciding whether or not the goal needs to be changed, because sometimes we get stuck in those crazy cycles too, where we chasing something and then we realize, oh, that's not the thing that we should be chasing. But we got our blinders on and we don't take the time to say, oh, well, we need to change directions or do something different in order for us to, reach whatever version of success it is that we're trying to reach. So I definitely say discipline above all else.
Yes, Joan, you really took the words out of my mouth. I was ready to say discipline as well. So yeah, I think honestly, to be resilient, whether it's physical, I mean, we didn't go over that part yet, but if it's physical or mental, like I just feel as though like being resilient, like on any level, it just requires discipline, because like how can you withstand anything or like try to recover yourself if you have no structure, no stability? So I'm kind of teetering off of what Ms. Joni said, but like, yeah, like I agree with that. Like you can't just be resilient. You can't expect to be resilient but not disciplined at the same time. So I think they go hand in hand.
I remember the first time I went to one of Miss Joni classes, she said it's not about motivation, it's about discipline. Because let's say like like let's say you, who's baby?
I'm sorry, that's my nephew.
Oh. Let's say like you say, okay, I'm gonna wake up this morning, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do that, and then you're like, yo, this the plan, like this was gonna happen, and then you crack your phone, something crazy happened, and you just like, I don't even want to do it no more. And it's like when the motivation run out, what are you gonna do? You had to be disciplined. Like you have to have reasons for why you're gonna do something. Like I'm gonna do this because like I have this book like where it say like goals and stuff, and it say like, well, why did you set this goal? Like what's the purpose of this goal? So it kind of make you think like, well, if this is what I really want, like if I want to be able to retire my mother, or if I want to be able to get a 4.0 GPA, then I'm gonna have to do this. So even if I'm not feeling good, then I'm still gonna have to do what I have to do to get it done. I kind of have a problem with that. Like sometimes I be saying I'm gonna do something for myself, and then I don't do it. So I don't want y'all to think like, well, just sometimes like no, it's not about me. I'm just dropping some jewels for y'all. We all a work in progress, okay? Okay.
Thank you, Elder. But talk to yourself too. Talk to yourself.
I do
yourself if you need
like,
to.
I see. I'm trying. Listen, okay.
Now, okay, I'm just saying it's okay. Don't get frustrated. I'm just saying. But Lamar, if you don't mind, people are sharing their like stories of resiliency in the comments. So I'm gonna read some of them. Okay, well, I'm gonna read all of them.
Good.
Oh, here we go. Amaya said, oh no, hold on. Kamaya said, I think resilience is a mind over matter situation anyways, because you need to train your mind to always keep your eye on the prize. If you don't mind, then it doesn't matter. I love that saying. I like, that's one of my favorite ones ever. Thank you, Kamaya, for sharing that. Absolutely. Amaya said, so I had to go to training for an election position that me and my best friend was doing. It was hard and long, but at the end of the day, the training only had very little impact. So when I got the job, the training was like, WTF, they didn't even go over that part. So I really had to test all functions so that I know what did what and not get frustrated in knowing. So by the end of the day, I nailed the job and was happy with my work. Then I ended up teaching my best friend and people that's been there longer than me. Yes, Amaya, I love that. I love that. Thank you for sharing that story. Hey, Shalal. Bree said, me and my two friends were battling for the last varsity spot, and I was working harder than the both of them, but my friend got the spot and I felt discouraged, but I kept working and I got the spot. I wonder how that was, because your friend was in the spot and then you took it.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
See, that just shows like they were more resilient than the other person. Like they had more discipline than the other person because yeah, they won. Like, yeah, you saying, all right, we both fighting for the spot, right? They won. They won a spot. They completely beat you. Like, y'all, he won. But just by you having that determination, that grit, like that grind, that hustle, you out hustled them to the spot that they already had locked in. Like, you showed that you could be resilient. Like, well, actually, you were being resilient because you didn't let the fact that you didn't make it the first time, you didn't let that get you down. And matter of fact, you actually let it motivate you to work harder and do more stuff, so that way you can seem more valuable to the coach rather than your friend. Even though y'all both were competing, you showed why you needed that spot more than they needed it. So you were being actually very resilient in that instance. You actually showed your true character and showed that you actually wanted to work for it. Like you didn't do it because of how you were feeling. You weren't mad. Well, you probably could have been mad. Personally, I don't know your whole situation with the whole thing, but you actually used whatever emotion that you were feeling, instead of letting it get you down and letting you be sad or you not having a basketball career, well, a sport career. I kind of forgot what sport you was talking about, but you having a sport career for that season, you actually let that build you up, mature you, and force you to work harder and earn what you wanted to be yours. You made that rightfully yours. You were resilient.
I think that motivation like make you resilient too. Like it like her wanting the spot like made her like work hard and be resilient. I think that's definitely like they definitely tie together, like motivation, self-discipline, and it all like they all like in a pot, and with all three of them, like what can you do? There's no limits to it. So
Thank y'all for your comments on that, and thank you
Yeah, I agree.
for sharing. What you say, Lamar?
All I said was I agree.
Oh, okay.
Is there any more questions?
There's just a couple more people that shared their stories of being resilient. So I'm gonna read those too. David said, a time I was being resilient was during my 9th and 10th grade year. I wasn't doing so good, and people would plug the thought into my head that it's too late to get myself together. And then skipping down, but I still had a thought that it wasn't too late. I didn't let anybody kill my motivation. And so far this year, I have A's and B's, and I keep on a good track and pursue my career. Thank you, David, for sharing. And I'm glad that you didn't let that stop you and let what other people were saying say, kind of hold you down. So thank you so much for sharing about that. Coach Johnson said, without discipline, a lot of things won't go your way. Resilience needs discipline. Motivation runs out, discipline doesn't. So yeah, that's just the stories from the comments. Oh, that was David. Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah,
thank you,
that was
David.
David right there.
Bring David back so I can say thank
on,
you.
She said, come back.
Thank you, David, for sharing your story.
You're welcome.
I'm glad that you're doing good. All right. Well, there you go. Where's yours, Lamar?
All right, okay. So I actually like that kind of quote that Shalal said. I agree very much with that. Like motivation does run out because like it's like you could be feeling like you working off of your motivation. That's basically you working off of emotion. You can't work off of emotion forever because like as you grow and as you progress, you feel different emotions. So it's like for you to try to rely on that and use that to get you through. Yeah, you can use it to get through a hard time, but you using it for like the whole longevity of the whole situation, it's never going to end good because it's like you trying to put all your time and energy into that emotion and using that to fuel you when in reality you could use something else. You can use actual morals and stuff that you can actually stand by. You can't stand by emotion. You try to stand by emotion is like you try and pick up a cup of water in your hand out the ocean. Like it's not going to work. It's not going to work. That reminds me of something. I'm gonna butcher his name, but he played for the Milwaukee Bucks. Y'all know him, Giannis. I can't pronounce his last name. Machado. Antetokounmpo.
What kind of team is that?
Milwaukee Bucks is a basketball team.
Thank you. Football. Oh.
I'm sorry. I had a real moment just now because I ain't know what that was.
Yeah, he a big tall Greek man. But yeah, he said something a few years back when I man's Big Mamba, Kobe, when he was alive, rest in peace. But he said some very strong things. Like he said that it was a story, right? It was a story about him wanting to work, right? I think it was that NBA All-Star Week. I can't remember the whole details, but I still remember it. So excuse me if I butcher a few things. But so he was being interviewed by an interview person, right? And what he said was they asked him, what makes you work so hard? And I mean, what makes you work so hard? And like, how do you get better personally, right? He said he stays a child. Well, he wants to stay as a child, right? And then he went to deep in explaining that. But what I mean by that, what he meant by that, being a child is like, he wanted to be resilient. He didn't want to let nothing get him down because you know how kids, one moment they this way, the next moment they up. So it's like he's saying be a child. He wants everybody to take everything that happens and rather than letting it get them down, take it in, process the information, be a child. Like I'm learning all that because, you know, as a child, you learn and you grow. So you kind of have to be a child and like the whole perspective of everything. So I wanted to put that out there because him saying that, and then he also had a story about the game of basketball. He also said that one time he had to work out with Kobe. He tried to get in there earlier than Kobe. He tried to get in there earlier than Kobe. He told Kobe that he beat him, right? Kobe didn't know what he meant. What he meant by that is he got in the gym before him. But Kobe didn't know that. Kobe thought he just got there. Giannis actually was there 4 more hours before them, and then they still had like a whole 8-hour workout session. So he was there for like a total of 12 hours. But Kobe didn't understand what he meant by that. But he basically used it to show like he wanted to be better than anybody. And he's using his tools and accessories and stuff like that. So I just thought that was pretty cool, and like I thought I could share that to y'all, so y'all could like interpret that and like go off of that how y'all think that make y'all feel.
Thanks, Amar, for sharing that. I kind of get what he meant by like staying a child. I mean, not like doing as a child does, you know, for your whole life, but a child, like literally you will find like, you know, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, 5-year-olds, whatever, fall. They might cry a little bit, but literally they go back to, you know, what they doing. Like, so they might be playing with a particular toy or whatever. They fall, they bust their face, and then they get back up and they continue to play with that toy. And then a child is always in like a learner's like position. Like they always say like if you want to teach, you know, if you want to learn a new language or something like that, it's easier to like teach a child. And it's just easy to teach a child in general because a child doesn't have necessarily those like that closed-mindedness. Like a child is like open. A child is like, all right, well, I want to see what I like and I know what I like and I'm just going to do what I like. So I like that you shared that story and I kind of see that perspective.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to put their viewpoint on it?
Yeah, I definitely can understand why he said it, because like during when you were talking, I was like, normally they say like kids are like a sponge, so everything you tell them, like they soak it all in, like, and like Miss Morgan said, like it always puts you in that learner's position. Like now people are like set like have a fixed mindset, and like I feel like children are more likely to have a growth mindset and really take things into consideration of how they can grow, how they can change things. Like now it's kind of harder to do that. And like if he was thinking like from his point of view, he might not always take other people's consideration, other people's tips, like into like what he did and how he did things. So I get what you were saying with, or what he was saying, like about.
I like that part, Lamar, that when you talked about where he was in the gym hours earlier, like before anybody even got there. And I relate that like to the grind in business where like people see your outcome, like they see you being able to do nice things and, you know, all that stuff, but they don't know what you had to put into it, like how you was up before the world was up, just working and grinding and doing what you had to do. So like, I really appreciate that part of it because a lot of people, they want the result, but they don't want the work. And I had a mini conversation about that last night where somebody had asked me for money, asked me, could they, you know, borrow a couple $100 or whatever like that. And, you know, normally I'm just like, all right, yeah, you know, go ahead, because the person is pretty respectable, never had a problem with them paying me back or nothing like that. But I just felt bad about it this time because I'm like, am I failing you? Because you shouldn't have to ask me for money. Like, it's plenty of opportunities out here where you could be making your own money and where you really could be, you know, not having to have your hand out, asking nobody for anything. But because you're not willing to put that work in on the back end, as far as being consistent, being resilient, and really sticking to something, now you just finding yourself in these crazy positions. So I just really appreciate you bringing that point up, because anybody who joining these sessions, if all you get out of it is a couple of dollars, then you missed the whole point.
I agree with like everything you just said, because it's like like how you said, everybody wants to work, but they don't want to do the hustle. So I agree with that. Like that go for like whether you talking about doing something physically or you talking about mentally. Like everybody want to do all these great things, but they don't see how they can. No, they see how they can do it, but they don't want to do it. Well, they want. Wait, how can I put it? How can I put it? They want to do the things, right? But they don't see that as a way that they could actually do it. Like they don't follow the initiative that they need to do so that they can actually grow. Like it's all these people that how can I put it? It's all these people that want to like how you said, it's all these people that want to do stuff, right? They want to run businesses and do all this stuff like that. But the moment that it gets hard, that's something that they want to do. Like that's not good for anybody. Like you gotta remain ambitious, whether it's in the beginning. You gotta be as hungry as you were in the beginning that you are like to your last day. Like you can't just sit there and expect for everything to be cool and everything to stay the same forever. So like, how can I put it? Because I'm kind of choking on my words.
You said it. You said it, Lamar. You said it.
I just had to make sure. I had to make sure y'all knew what I was talking about.
No, it definitely made sense.
You said it.
All right. Is there any questions or like comments? There's only a few minutes left.
I feel like you said, like people sometimes allow their emotions to get in the way. Like if something don't go their way or somebody says something about what they're doing, they be like, oh, well, I'm going to just quit or I'm going to just stop. But then again, like that's when the resilience come in. Like even if your own people not supporting you, you got to be able to say, well, this is what I want and I know what my goal is. So I'm going to do it for myself. Like he said, sometimes you got to be selfish. And you gotta do it for you so that you could come out on the other side. That's my jewel, by the way.
No, think of another one.
Early?
Exactly. Maya had a good comment. She said children are blunt, and if they fall, they get back up. So I understand exactly what you meant. Like you can fall as a child and cry, but they still keep trying to walk.
That's a quote right there. That's a good one right there. So yeah, like I know everybody heard of they heard the quote like that this thing is everywhere, where it's like hard work beats talent when talent fails to work hard. I know everybody had to hear that. But like I gotta use it. I gotta use that because that's basically one of the biggest mottos for my school, Coppin. But yeah, that's something that's in everyday life though. But a lot of people misses that. Like a lot of people fail to show their resiliency in the time that they actually need it. And when they want to do it, it's too late. Like you already old. Like you can't do nothing now. But like when you had the time to be resilient, you chose not to be resilient because that's something that you were afraid to do rather than just taking a risk. So I think like I don't even know how to put it. I think like what you said about the kids being blunt and stuff, right? I think that everybody should be blunt and like show their resiliency. Like it shouldn't just be something that only a few selected people have. Like if everybody was resilient, I think everything would be a lot more better in the world, because it's like it shows being resilient. It kind of shows like your real person, like your actual personality, because it's like it's nothing for you to hide right there. You just speaking how you feel. You're speaking how you feel, and you doing what you need to do to get through what you got to get through.
I also wanted to add to like the like everybody that's get on these success sessions is being resilient too. Because like people could be like just around like being couch potatoes, but people be getting on here being consistent, like soaking up some knowledge from all the great speakers that we have, And like, I feel like that's the top like example of being resilient. Like all us in here coming together, even if it's virtually, and like we still was doing it physically, coming to Bloomberg every Wednesday and Thursday, getting on Focus Fridays on Instagram Live. So it's like this really being resilient, like, because people don't have to get on success sessions, but they're choosing to be better. And like a lot of people don't have it right now, especially during the situation that we're in.
All right. So the time right now currently is 12:55. This is a good conversation, everyone. I appreciate it. I value everyone's time. I hope that you all learn from this experience. But we gotta go.
You ain't never lied.
I still got homework I gotta do.
You ain't never lied. Where y'all jewels at though? What y'all leaving us with?
I'm giving y'all know I gotta get mine last.
Let me go first before I would think that I took hers and something.
Yes.
So mine would be like, no matter what, like be your own support system, because like with experiences, like it's going to be a lot of times where you don't have support, especially from the people that you expect. So be your own support system, be mentally strong, be physically strong too, and like have that work ethic, because like without the work ethic and without that self-discipline, like I don't know where you probably is a couch potato for real. Because like I know me and I get stuff done. I put my schedule and I stick to that. Like just make sure you stick to something. Make sure you stick to something and be your own support system, and make sure you get everything done. Depend on yourself.
That's exactly what I was going to say, but I'm gonna just say something different since she stole mine. I just say, like, I just want to elaborate on what I said before. Like, don't let anybody else affect your resilience. Like, don't let your friends or your family or your haters or whoever, like, if they say you can't do it, like, still stay resilient, because at the end of the day, when you come out on top, everybody gonna be like, oh, I knew you was gonna do that. I knew you was gonna make it. Like, no, you didn't. Like, so I think just stay disciplined, stay resilient, and don't like let your emotions like stop you from being great. And if you had to take a break for a second just to get yourself together, just to talk to yourself, just to breathe, you can do that. Like, that's okay. You don't have to grind 24/7 like Miss Joni do. Like, you can be a normal person. You don't have to be a superhuman. You know what I'm saying? So you can just focus on yourself and do what you have to do so that you can be resilient and you can be good, be right.
Oh Lord. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder, that you can. Thank you, Lamar, for coming on today. Maju, what?
Oh, I thought you was ending. I'm like, what
Miss
you
Joni,
doing?
you on every day.
What? If you just wait, I was getting to you, but now I don't even want to say it. Now I don't even want to say it no more. Okay. If
Miss
you
Joni
just
had the same
wait.
reaction. I apologize.
That superhuman.
Huh?
Go
I was
ahead,
getting to
Lamar.
thanking Miss Joni, but I'm gonna still say it. I'm gonna still say it. Anyway, my jewel is if you're experiencing a hard time, take it as an opportunity to become an expert at something. So if you think that you're failing, or you think that you are not gonna make it, you definitely are gonna make it, and use it as an opportunity to master that particular skill. Thank you, Miss Joni, for being here every day for us and for being on all of the sessions all of the time. I seriously was gonna say that. I did not forget you, so it's fine.
I personally don't believe her. But I mean,
anyway.
Ghetto.
Bye, y'all. See y'all. Love y'all.
Wait, Miss Joni,
no,
do you have a
Miss
goal?
Joni. Yeah, I was waiting on Miss Joni. Miss Joni, you not going?
Right, take yourself off mute.
Yo, first of all, I gotta get y'all off of here so I can close out. But all right, if I'm going to have a jewel for this particular conversation around this, I'm going to say challenge yourself to do more than what you think that you can. Complacency is the enemy of progress. Procrastination is the enemy of progress. Listening to other people who aren't where you want to be or don't have no clue on how to get to where you want to be is going to be the death of all progress. So fight through these hard times, especially now with Rona, of wanting to sleep late or wanting to be lazy or wanting to do things that's not contributing to your success, because you're going to find yourself lost in a different world if you don't already try to put your foot in a solid stance on where you want to be. So that is my jewel for this particular conversation.
All right. Okay, I'll make mine short, fast, and then a hurry. Okay, so my jewel for everyone out there that's watching is yeah, like you as a person, you're defined by how resilient you are. Like if you give up at every beckoning call, then that's not good. Like you shouldn't be that type of person. Like you should be one of the type of people that want to work harder and outwork everybody. Like I'm not saying be a workaholic, but like you want to show like your time on this earth actually matter. Like you gotta show that you actually count as a person. So the times that you got now, you want to use that. Like it's very valuable, because like this second right now, you're not getting that back. You're not getting, everything's moving forward. You're getting older. Like your bones, they're getting all crinkly. Like you wanna do stuff now while you got the opportunity. You don't want to do it later or try to do it later, and then your opportunity's already passed. So you want to take advantage of the stuff that you got now and work with that.
Yeah, thank y'all so much. This was a great conversation, y'all. And I appreciate it. Lamar, you did a great job leading this conversation. You definitely made up for that situation you had earlier. But y'all, shout out to Lamar, y'all. If y'all haven't been to his business Instagram, get to his business Instagram, order a do-rag, order a bonnet, tell y'all parents to get on it, because once the prices go up, that's it. Make sure y'all get y'all smoothies. We do deliveries on the weekends, right, Ken? She delivering all weekend,
Yeah,
y'all.
I'm doing delivery Friday. Yeah.
She doing
Anytime
deliveries
you
on
ask me for
Friday.
deliveries, though, get at me.
Yeah, y'all, make sure y'all get that Chaos Smoothies. Get your immunity smoothie to make sure that, you know, you staying safe from Miss Rona. And if y'all need a feature, hit up Elder. Y'all already know. She gonna burn it down. She gonna burn it down.
Period.
Right? The wavy way. That's right, y'all. The wavy way.
You are so silly.
Bye,
Y'all
y'all.
crazy.
Thank you.
Let's hop on out of here.
We'll see you tomorrow, Miss Mo. 12
Okay.
o'clock.
All right.
Bye, y'all.
I'll leave. Hold up. I'm stuck. The wavy way, the only way.
The ghetto. Yo, another amazing conversation, y'all. It's always cool to have different young people sharing their different perspectives on these issues. I love it. I love it. I love it. And yo, shout out to my man, Dave, because Dave, you got the best comment that I've ever seen in my life. I love your comment. David's comment was, "These sessions take me away from all my problems. I wish it was longer." Like that, like really touched my icebox. Like really, really, really touched my icebox, David. So thank you so much for that comment. Keep showing up, keep being involved, keep leveling up. So I'm gonna see y'all back. Take a break, man. I'm gonna see y'all back at 2 o'clock with Miss Kaitlyn. We're doing academic. Whoever got work, you got academic work, send it, y'all. Send it. And if you want to get on the session to work through your work with Miss Kaitlyn, let us know so we can get that done. So I'll see y'all back here at 2 o'clock with Miss Kaitlyn for academic. Hey, y'all. We are back. About to end the day nice and strong with our academic session. Y'all, we got Miss Amaya going to join us today with Miss Kaitlyn. Let's get Amaya on here. Man, if y'all got work that need to be done, bring y'all work to this session. Like, this is where you need to be. We getting people on grade level around here. Please believe it. There she go. Hey,
Here.
Amaya.
Hi, Miss Joni.
Hi, Maya.
Hi, Miss Kaitlyn.
Hey, Miss Kaitlyn.
Hi, how are you?
What's up? How y'all doing?
Good. How's it been so far today?
Man, it's been amazing. When I tell you, we had so much fun. We had the boys versus girls relationship conversation this morning.
What?
Girls blew them out. I thought the boys was going to win at first, but nah.
What did they debate on?
Just like this idea of toxic relationships, how you supposed to handle yourself, and like what boys typically do versus what girls typically do.
Yeah.
And then the last bit of it was, how do you get out of it once you've identified that it's toxic? And it was like the boys, they had some nice strong points, but the girls were just, they beat them in preparedness and delivery. Like, you could tell the boys didn't even have a conversation beforehand. They just they just jumped on.
Yeah. Amaya, were you a part of that conversation this morning?
I listened in.
Yeah, you weren't.
I agree, though. It sounded like the boys were just kind of all over the place.
Yeah, they was winging it.
Huh. Interesting.
But the girls came ready, guns blazing.
Doesn't surprise me for some reason.
Man, right? They did a great job. And then, of course, this week is our mental health week. So we continue with the mental health. Mr. Orin brought the fire.
Cool.
Had a great conversation around mental health and how like generational stuff is still impacting us today. And we don't even really think about it.
Yeah, that's powerful. That's really important to hear.
Yeah, it was good.
All right. Well, let's jump into this. So I don't have anything planned for us today. Amaya, I'm counting on you. So Miss Joni said you wanted to talk about linear equations. So tell me a little bit more about that.
That's like the only, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not the best at math, but like,
oh, come on.
This is probably the one thing that I really understood when we were going over it in class and stuff.
Cool.
So I know linear equations kind of like setting up like a problem, and it's like it's something equal to an equation, and you kind of have to like cancel out different things in order to figure out like what that one variable you're trying to figure out is.
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Do you have examples that you want to go through? Do you have some that you're looking at?
Yeah, I grabbed some of my papers from school.
Perfect.
So some like problems that we could solve and talk about.
Yeah, that's amazing. All right, let me share my screen and then we can get started. And Amaya, thanks for coming on today. This is super clutch. It's always really important to have like youth leading the youth for this academic session. So I really appreciate it. It's a lot better than me just talking because you actually know what's going on in the classroom. So thanks for being here.
Of course.
Okay, linear equations. And so if I understand correctly, what we're actually working on today is solving linear equations, right? Because I guess, so when Miss Joni told me that you wanted to talk about linear equations, I was like, okay. I was trying to like figure out maybe what you were referring to. So there are a couple different things you could do with linear equations. One thing you could do was like graph them. You could put them on a graph, right? So that's something different. That's not what we're working on today. We're working on solving the linear equations. So just to get those two things clear in our head. All right, cool. So hit us with a problem.
Okay, so before we start, I know there's different ways that we can solve them, or like show our work, but I'm not sure if that's, I'm just gonna give a problem because I don't want to be confusing right now.
No, you're doing great. I think that it's important to know the different ways that we could solve them. Can you tell us the different ways, and then maybe we could do an equation. We could solve an equation for each of the ways.
Okay. So, well, the first one that we kind of started on in class was you like take a problem and you have like the greater than or less than. So like there's different things that you can, have. It doesn't have to always be equal to. It can be greater than or less than, or
cool.
Greater than or less than or equal to at the same time. So what she had us do is like, it's like a line of like plots, and you have to basically like draw the dot on like whatever number it is that you get as your answer, and have it like go whichever direction would be equal to or less. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That part is kind of confusing until you actually like see it.
That's okay. We can raw it out.
Okay.
Yeah. So those things that you're referring to, these less than or equal to signs, they kind of look like this. They are called inequalities. So like, you know how an equal sign is called like inequality and equality.
Yeah.
So equality. So these are called inequalities because they're not equal to 0.
Right.
Cool. All right. So hit us with a problem.
Okay. Let me use this one since it's simpler for me. Okay. One question is B equals AW plus 15.
B equals AW plus 15.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay, cool. Walk me through it because I do not know what are we solving for here?
You're solving for B. Oh,
okay.
No, you're solving for W. My bad.
Solving for W. Okay, so hold on. I'm going to write this out. I'm going to say you're going to solve for W. Okay.
Hey, y'all, and just so I know, you can use any letters in this stuff because it's the first time I ever seen a W.
Yeah, so you can use any letter. I like just ones that are separated that don't look like a number, basically.
Got you. Okay. All right. Thanks for that. Because I be trying to follow along, and I'm like, hold up, W.
Yeah, totally. It doesn't matter what letter it is, because the letters just represent numbers. So like here we have 3 different letters, right? So we technically have 3 different numbers that could be put there. But yeah, doesn't matter. All right, Maya, how do we start?
Okay, so because you have because you have 15 on the right side, you have to cancel it out so that you can separate W. So that's kind of the whole point of doing it, to separate like the variable you're trying to find.
So you want to get W like on one side of the equation?
Yeah.
Cool.
So first you would do minus 15 on both sides.
Okay, so I'm gonna do minus 15 from this side and minus 15 from this side.
A good way to kind of like make sure you're organizing your work so that it is not confusing is to like draw a line through the equal sign going down so that it's not all over the place.
Like this?
Okay. So then underneath that it would be, you would now have B minus 15 because you just subtracted it from both sides, and then you would cancel out the positive 15 on the right side.
Cool. Okay. So now I have B minus 15 equals AW?
Yes.
Okay.
So then you would do divide both sides by A.
Can you pause for a second and tell me why you're dividing?
Oh, because you're trying to separate the A and W are the only 2 variables that are still with each other. So in order to separate them, you would have to divide by the one that you aren't looking for.
Cool. And so just so everyone's clear, even though there's no multiplication sign between A and W, they're still multiplied. Amaya, can you just like explain that a little bit?
Oh, I don't really know if I can explain it. I just know that just from doing it so much. So you basically have to do the opposite of what the actual like equation is as it is. So because you have, okay, so like for example, positive 15, the reason you do minus 15 is because it's the opposite.
Okay.
Opposite in order to.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so here we are solving for W, so we want to get rid of the A, right? So yes. I'm going to divide by A.
Yep, on both sides.
Both sides. Because what I do to one side, have to do to the other.
So then it cancels out on that side. So then you have, that's your answer. Then you have B minus 15 divided by A equals W.
Equals W. Okay, and then we're done?
Yeah.
Cool. So sometimes I think this can be confusing because we have so many letters, but we don't have to like put numbers in for those letters or anything like that, right?
No.
Okay, cool. So we just solved for an equal sign, right? So
Yeah.
are we going to turn this into an equality?
Yeah, so I have other ones that are inequality signs.
Oh, okay, cool. So this one first was solving for W and
Yeah.
just using an equal sign. Okay, got it.
Okay,
Cool,
so
cool.
one with an equality sign. Okay, so we could do 8y plus 4 is less than, less than 7y plus 2.
Cool. And did I put the inequality sign in the right direction?
Mhm.
Okay. Do you have any tricks to remind us how we know which one is a less than sign or a greater than sign?
So when I first actually started learning the equality signs, I used to get so confused
Me
because
too.
it didn't make sense. But the way that I kind of used to look at it is that if it's eating, like, okay, it's open and it's like a mouth, so it's eating the side that's greater
Okay.
value.
Eating the side that's greater.
Right. So like if the mouth is opened to the left, then that one's greater. So that means that the equation after is less than the other side.
Wait, so is this equation?
If the equality sign was flipped, then that would be less than, because 8y plus 4 would be greater than that side.
If it was flipped.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. So, okay, so it's always eating the bigger side. So it's going to be smaller eating the bigger side. And if I wanted to switch them around, I would have the bigger side over here. And I would have the mouth pointing toward the bigger side. And then I would have the smaller number on this side. So it's always eating the bigger thing. Okay, that's a good way to remember it, I think. The other way that I've thought about it is, so if you had if you drew dots on each of the points of this, right? You have, I'm gonna just blow this up really quick. You have 2 dots on this side and you have 1 dot on this side, right?
Oh.
So I always think of it as like the smaller one is 1 dot and the bigger one is 2 dots.
Okay, I've never even thought of it that way.
This, the other small one. So I mean, either way works. It doesn't really matter how you think about it. But it is, I agree with you that it's a confusing concept. And so I think that having those types of little tricks can help. So thanks for explaining that. All right, so we got 8y plus 4 is less than 7y plus 2. All right, and I'm going to draw my
the line.
Line, yep. Okay.
All right, so first you have 8y and 7y on both sides. So they are of the same value. So you would do, I usually start on this side because I know, so one thing that my teacher explained to me is that it doesn't always have to start on a specific side when it's like basically like 2 different equations for like the inequality problems. So you can start on either side, but the easier side to do is starting with like the smaller number. So you would do -7 on both sides from 7y.
Okay. So can I just clarify? So you're starting with the smaller number. Why are you starting with the smaller number?
Honestly, I really don't know. I just know that's what I was told to do.
Yeah.
So I don't know. If you could explain it, it'd be helpful, because I honestly really don't know myself.
I mean, I think it's like you said, I don't think there's like a right or a wrong way. I think the reason why I would start with the small number is because, so when we subtract this, right, this cancels out and we're going to get y plus 4, right? This y right now is positive.
Right.
And so I think that if you would have done the opposite way, if we would have done minus 8y and minus 8y, this would have given us a negative y plus 2.
Which is just
like a little more confusing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the only reason in my head why I would do it like that. And that's maybe why your teacher said that, but I think it doesn't really matter, like you said. So we'll start with a smaller one and we'll do minus 7y from both sides. Okay. And we get y plus 4, and then do I keep this the same, the equality sign the same, or inequality?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a rule where you do flip it sometimes, depending. I think it's when you're dividing by a negative and a negative, it flips.
Okay.
So but that's like as you get further down the problem. But
Okay.
no, for this problem, because there's no negatives, you keep it the same.
And when you were learning it, does your teacher tell you to put it every time, or is that why we drew that line?
So you put it every time. The line is just so it doesn't go, because she said so I'm not really one to do this because it just confuses me more. So when I do math and stuff, I try to be as neat as possible, but it's just kind of to keep everyone on track of like where we're writing it. So it's not like the y is where the 4 is, and it's shifted over more than it should be.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Just keeping organized. Okay, so we have y plus 4, and then on the other side we have
positive 2.
Positive 2. Cool. Okay.
Okay, so then you would have to subtract 4 from both sides to do the opposite of positive 4.
Perfect. My 4s are going to cancel.
And then you're left with y equals negative 2.
Y is less than negative 2?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Y is less than negative 2. Cool. And is this our answer?
It is, because you can't really do anything else further than that because the number in front of y is 1. So
perfect.
You would just be doing y divided by 1 on both sides.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Perfect.
So this is where the way to show your work comes in with like the dot diagram.
This is where it comes in. Okay. Can you tell me how to draw that?
Okay, so we have negative 2 is the number that it's less than. So you would start, the middle one should be negative 2. And then you do
is it lined up with my line?
No, so you can draw a separate line, just like a regular straight line, going horizontal.
Oh, horizontally. Okay, like this.
And then another, like a dash in the middle.
Oh.
Where it's negative 2.
Like that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So then on the left side, do negative 3 as another dash. And then on the right side, do negative 1 as a dash.
Okay.
All right. So because we're on, the answer is y is less than negative 2. You have, okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. I might not explain this the best, but if you go back up to where the equality signs are, the greater than and less than signs, they also have a greater than or equal to, or then a less than and equal to, those two. So when you have problems with those, you use a closed dot, you draw it, you fill it in. And then when it's not, and it's just greater than or less than, you do an open dot.
Okay. So, because we only have, we have a less than sign, but we don't have an equal to, it's going to be open.
Yeah.
So do I put that around this?
Yeah, you put that around negative 2.
Do I put it around the dash or the number, or it doesn't matter?
You can put it on the dash.
Okay.
And then because y is less than, you do it going to the left. You draw an arrow, you basically draw an arrow from the dot to the left.
So I'm gonna draw my dot and I'm gonna draw it going this way.
Yep.
Is that right?
Because, okay, so the way that I kind of remember how to do this part is that when you're thinking of it, whatever is going down from what the number that we're given is, like in the ending result, the answer, then you have to kind of think of it like it's either going down or up. So I think of like left to right is like down and up.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And I guess what's the purpose of drawing one of these diagrams?
It's kind of like a visual to like kind of better understand why the answer is, or how you would be able to express the answer other than just y is less than -2.
Right. Okay.
It kind of gives you the number way to look at it.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And I think this is actually really helpful for people who get their negatives, like which way the negatives go and adding their negatives. A lot of people get confused on how to add negatives is what I'm trying to say. And so if you have like all of these numbers down here, you know that y can be any of these numbers.
Right.
Yeah, this is a great visualization.
Yeah, because I used to get confused. I used to think that it was -2, then going to the right, -3, and like going down, it gets lower, not higher.
Right. Yeah, that can be confusing.
Yeah.
Because like on your normal positive number line, if you go to the left, it gets lower.
Right.
Interesting. Cool. Okay. Sweet. Can you give us one either that you have to switch the sign, or that's a equal to, like less than or equal to, or greater than or equal to?
I can try to find one that you have to flip it. I don't know if I have any on this paper that I have. I'm just trying to go off of here so I don't confuse myself.
No, makes a lot of sense. It's helpful to do the problems beforehand. Trust me, I know that all too well.
What do I call it? Okay, I might be one of this one. I don't see
Johnson said he confused, but I think it's because he didn't get the beginning part.
Which part? The equality signs.
Yeah, I think so, because he kind of just got on maybe like a minute or two ago.
Oh yeah, then probably is. I don't see any that I have. Do you have to flip? I might have them in another paper.
That's okay. You can show us one. Do you have one that has like a greater than or equal to, or less than or equal to?
Yeah.
Cool.
This, okay, I have one. It's 6. Then in parentheses.
Ooh, cool. Okay. Yes.
X minus 5.
Okay.
Is greater than or equal to 30.
Cool. Okay.
Okay. So what you first do, draw the line, and then you have to distribute. This is when the distributing comes into play.
Okay.
In my butt.
What that means.
So you can, and a way to kind of like visually see this is do 6 and carry it over to X.
Like that?
And then 6 carry it over to the -5.
Cool. Okay. And what do those carryover signs mean?
You're multiplying.
Cool.
The 6 to those two. So you would have 6 times X, which makes it 6X because X is technically 1. And then you would do 6 times -5, which gives you -30. And then you carry the sign down. And then 30 down. So we have 30 on both sides. So you would start on the side that is negative because negative is smaller than regular 30.
Okay.
You do plus 30 on both sides.
Great.
So then it cancels it out on the left side because, right.
Okay.
And then you would have 6x. You would carry the 6x down. And then it would be greater than or less than, greater than or equal to 60, positive 60.
Cool. Which is just 30 and 30.
It's 30 plus 30.
Okay.
So then after that, we're trying to find what x is equal to. So you would divide both sides by 6 to separate the multiplication between 6 and x. And then it cancels out the 6 on the one side, and then you're left with 10 on the right side.
Cool. So x is greater than or equal to 10.
Yep.
Okay. And now we are drawing our number line.
In the middle is 10.
Okay.
Then 11 on the right side, and then 9 on the left side. You can do that further and like go to like 8 if you want to, if it just helps people see that. Okay. And then, so because this is a greater than or equal to sign, the dot in the middle of 10 would be filled in. Yeah. So then x is greater than or equal to 10. So it has the option of either being 10 or any number above 10. So then the arrow would be going to the right.
Cool. Yeah. Okay. So x could equal 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, all the way to infinity.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Nice. Okay. So I definitely see how there's a difference between this one that we just drew, which is filled in, and this one, which we drew up here, which is not filled in.
Yep.
Cool. And just if you just got on, this is not filled in because it is just a less than sign. So less than or greater than, these are the ones that are not going to be filled in. But if you have a less than or equal to or a greater than and equal to, then you're going to fill it in. Cool. Okay. So I want to track down one, and I can also look on my computer, track down one where we have to change the sign, and maybe look for one too, just in case you have one hidden, maybe in like a problem set or something.
Okay. Can you see me still?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you're very small.
Okay. Can you repeat what you just said? Sorry.
Yeah, just look for one where you have to switch the sign.
Okay. I'll see if I have one in here. So I should. Much work as we do in school.
I just said, could we have divided by the 6 first?
By the 6?
Yeah, and that problem that we just did. I don't understand everything that it say, but it say, could we have did the 6 first, so then it's x minus 5 greater than 5, then I don't know.
Yeah. So the answer, Amaya, you can keep looking and I'll answer this question.
All
so
right.
The question was, greater than or equal to. The question was, could you have divided by 6 in the beginning of it and then solved it from there? The answer is yes, you could have. So I'm gonna draw my line down just so that, because that's the way we've been doing it. Because these are like, this right here is a separate term, we call it, than this right here, the x minus 5. There are 2 terms on this side of the equation, and they're multiplied together. So we could treat it the same way as any other multiplication. So in order to get rid of the multiplication, we have to divide. So I could have divided by 6 on both sides. And when I do that, I end up with x minus 5 is greater than or equal to 30 divided by 6, which would be 5. Okay. And then to get x by itself, I'm going to add 5 to both sides because I want to get rid of this 5 right here, or this -5. So I'm going to cancel those out. I'm going to add 5 to this side, and it gives me x is greater than or equal to 10, which is the exact same answer as we got above. So it doesn't really matter if you distribute first or if you divide by the number first. Both of them will work. Okay. Okay.
I don't see one that I have.
Okay, let me see. I feel like I'm almost finding one. Okay. Okay. I have one, and I don't think it's not too difficult of an equation, and I think you'll be able to walk me through it. So I have one, and it is x is less than 2x plus 8. Okay.
What are we solving for?
We're solving for x.
Okay. All right. Would you do -8 on both sides of it?
Sure. Yeah. Let's do -8 on this side and -8 on this side. Okay.
So then cancels out on the right side, and then so you're left with x minus 8. And then and then 2x.
Okay. What's next?
So then you divide 2 on both sides. Right.
Hold on, you have an x here still.
Oh yeah, I definitely do. Oh wow. Okay. So then you subtract x on both sides.
I'm going to subtract x and subtract x. Okay. So I'm going to, those are going to cancel out, and I'm going to be left with what?
-8 is, and then less than 2x minus x,
which equals
just 2.
Just
x. Oh, just x. Right. My bad.
Okay.
Oh, it's 2 minus 1. Wow. Yeah.
You're fine.
Okay. So then
I'm putting you on the spot here.
You have, because it's -8 and it's x is already separated, so isn't that the answer? And then you flip.
Yeah.
So
you did this actually differently than I thought you were going to, but you got the totally right answer. But I guess I want to point out that, so if we had something, if this was an equal sign and we got this answer, it would be -8 equals x, right? And if I had that, to make it easier, I always put the letter or the variable on the other side, just because that's how we say it, right? We don't really say -8 equals x. We normally say x equals -8, right? It's just how we read it. The problem here, so this works. The problem with this one is that we can't just do that. We can't just flip the number and the letter around. Because if we wrote this out, it's saying -8 is less than x. Right? But if we flipped them, and I'm going to draw it in a different color, if we flipped them around and put the x on the other side and kept our symbol the same, then this would say, right? So I kept the symbol as a less than sign. I just flipped them, just like I did down here. This would say x is less than -8.
Oh, so would you have to flip the sign and where the placement of them? Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So because Miss Joni's looking a little confused, I want to draw out my number line just to give you a little bit of a better sense of what I mean by this. Hang on one second. Let me move this down. Let me get rid of this.
Thank you, Miss Kaitlyn. I'm trying to keep up over here.
No, I got you. I got you. If you're confused, everyone's confused. And you're not even confused. You're just looking like it because you're thinking hard. All right. So for our number line, Amaya, for this one, I'm gonna put -8 in the middle. I got -9, I got -10, -7, -6. Okay, so tell me which way my arrow should be pointing here and what my dot will look like.
So you will put a open dot on -8. And the arrow will be going to the right.
Yeah. The arrow would be going to the right. Okay. Because or wait, is that the right that you were talking about? It's going this direction? Okay.
I was thinking of it as if you would flip them, and with the sign flipped as well, X would be greater than -8.
Yeah, exactly. So -8 is less than X. That means that X could be any of these numbers up here, right? It could be -7 because -8 is less than -7. It could be -6 because -8 is less than -6, right? So this is what our number line looks like for this one. But then remember, this is when I just flipped them around without changing the sign. So now what does my number line look like?
Oh, wait, if we didn't flip them?
If we did not flip, we just flipped the numbers. We did this. This is the wrong way.
The wrong way. Oh, it would look like, oh shoot. It would be an open dot on -8, and then the arrow would be going to the left.
Yeah, exactly. So the reason why it's important to point this out and that this is the wrong way is because we wrote it, if we would have flipped them around right here, then our number lines, this one and this one, they would not have matched up. They would have been exact opposites of each other, right? And that's the reason why we can't just put the X and the -8 on the other sides of each other.
Right.
Because then our number lines wouldn't work. So Amaya, you told us the actual right way to do it. Whoops. Okay, well, that's fine. So tell us what we have to do here. What is it gonna look like?
So it looked like X is greater than, so it'd be going open mouth to the left, -8.
Perfect. And then, so I'm gonna draw my number line just to make sure. Got -8 in the middle, -7, -6, -9, -10. Okay, and tell me what it's gonna look like.
An open dot on -8, and then the arrow going to the right.
Yeah, because X is greater than. Okay, perfect. Because now our two number lines look exactly the same.
Right.
Yeah, so this answer and this answer are the same, but it's very, very important to keep in mind that the symbol is switched.
Right.
And we only have to do that, correct me if I'm wrong, we only have to do that if we have negative numbers, or do we have to do that all the time?
The way that she told me was that you do mainly when there's negative numbers on one of the sides.
Yeah.
But I feel like honestly it could work whenever the number, if you solve it the way that I solved it, and you end up with like a negative number or any kind of number on the left side of the problem, then I think it makes more sense to have the X on that side.
Yeah, I think so too. Let's solve it the other way just so we can demonstrate how you can flip the symbol while you're doing the equation itself.
Okay.
So we got 2x plus 8. So
you would flip the symbol on purpose?
We are going to flip the symbol on purpose. Yeah.
Okay.
Less than 2x. What was it? Plus 8. Okay. So Amaya, do you see how I'm gonna do that?
The way that makes sense to me is the one thing that I'm confused about is I don't understand, because if you subtract x on both sides, that doesn't work, because then you have nothing on the one side.
True, but you could subtract 2x
right
on both sides, right?
Oh, right. So then you would have 1. You would have x.
So this is 1 minus 2.
2, right.
It's going to be what?
1. 1. Wait, 1 minus 2. It's -1.
Yeah. I'm telling you, negatives are confusing. Okay, so we have -x is less than +8.
How in the world did I get confused with that? Okay. So then you have that is the answer.
This is the answer?
Is it not?
We gotta do something
negative, don't you?
Yeah.
This is why I solved it the way I did.
I know, because this is the more confusing way. I totally agree with you. But this is going to show us a really important part of this, right? Because when we divide by a negative number, which our number is 1.
Oh, right.
A -1. Then what we do is we flip the symbol.
Wow.
So we're dividing by -1, and that means this is the rule. You flip the symbol. So now we have, instead of -x is greater than 8, or is less than 8, we're going to have x is greater than -8.
Right.
Okay. So noticing that the symbol is now pointing the opposite direction.
That makes so much more sense, but that was like brain that was
really I put you on the spot. And negatives are hard, so I don't blame you at all.
I can't believe I really said 1 minus 2 is 1.
It's okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna write this. When you divide, actually, it's also or multiply by a negative number, you have to flip the sign. Okay, so I just want to write that on there. Just so we have it in writing that this is a rule. And I feel like that's all I've been going over lately in math has been rules. And I think that's probably because all math is just rules. So you just kind of have to remember this, and it can be a little confusing, but you just got to remember that when you divide or multiply by a negative number, you got to flip that sign.
Right.
Cool. Okay. So we have a little time left. Do you want to do a different, you said there were a couple of different ways that we could solve equations?
Well, the other way is graphing, but
Ooh.
I don't know if you want to get all into that.
I do want to get all into that. I definitely do want to get all into that.
All right, let me find I have like a paper that explains it. Okay, here it is. You think it'll be good to go over the rules for the graphing first? Because I know that for some people don't. I used to get confused with like which, I don't know, what are they called? Domains they belong in? I don't know.
Like the quadrants?
Yeah, that's that.
I think it might be a domain. I'm not sure. I don't know the technical word for it. Okay, so you want me to draw an X and a Y?
Yeah. Where is, I'm trying to look for the paper that I have with the graphing. I just saw it too. What is it? So many papers, so many papers. Okay, well, for starters, with graphing, it's usually drawing like the one line, and it's not one specific one that you're supposed to draw. So like there's a straight line, a staggered line, and then a dot line. I don't know. Tell me if that is correct or not. It's what I remember learning.
Sounds familiar. I don't know about the staggered one. The dotted one sounds familiar, but you'll have to remind me because I need a refresher.
All right. Once I find this paper, we can do that.
Cool. While you're looking for that, I just want to tell everyone that a linear equation, and I think we've talked about this on a previous session, the word linear has the word line in it, right? And so that's to remind us that when you are graphing a linear equation, it's going to be a straight line, okay? So that line could be going up like this, okay? The line could be going down like this. It could be going straight up and down, or it could be going straight horizontal, right? All of those things, all of those lines that I just drew can be represented by an equation, okay? So for example, if we had y equals 2x plus 1, right? That would give me an equation that looked something like this, right? So that is sort of the context for this, right? Every time you are graphing a linear equation, you're never going to get a graph that looks like this, right? You're never going to get one that looks like a sad face or a happy face, because those are not straight lines. So every time you're graphing a linear equation, it's going to be a line, okay? All right, Amaya, you find it?
Yeah, I found it.
Cool.
All right, so there's two different problems. I'm gonna do like the starter problems that we were given when we first started like this unit, in algebra. So the first one is x plus y equals 10.
X plus y equals 10. Cool. First of all, are you gonna give us rules or no rules?
I can give rules. Okay.
If we don't need them, that's okay too.
For this, we didn't necessarily like really need the rules.
Okay.
I just know that, so like, okay, so for this one, this is where like m and b, like y plus mx plus b comes into play.
Okay. Tell me more about y equals mx plus b.
So the best way to kind of like separate it so you understand, what is what in the equation, the best thing to write out is like what the m is. So for this equation, the m would be -1.
For this equation that we have right here?
Oh no, it's 1. It's 1.
Well, let's hold on real quick. First, before we solve this equation, which you had it right, it's -1, but I want you to tell me why. But first of all, can you tell me what the m is and what the b is in this equation? Because there's a lot of letters here. And usually we see an equation with y and x in it, but usually the m and the b aren't there. There are numbers there instead. Right, so what do the m and the b represent?
So the b is on the y-axis, what number it intersects with. So like, okay, so for x plus y equals 10, 10 would be the b because of the fact that 10 is where the line falls, where it goes through the y-axis and what number like it hits.
Okay. So for example, I'm not plotting this equation right here, but I am going to plot some equation. This equation right here, this point where it hits the y-axis, because this is the y-axis going up and down, this is going to be your b. This is called the y-intercept. It's where it, just like Amaya said, it's where it intercepts the y-axis.
Right.
Okay. And then what is the m?
The m is the slope.
The m is the slope. Cool. And we can talk about more of what that looks like when we solve this equation right here.
Yep.
Or when we plot it. Oh, yes. Okay, so we have x plus y equals 10. Before I think I want to plot it, I would like to change it into looking more like y equals mx plus b, because right now it doesn't look like that to me.
Yeah.
So how do I do that?
So you first would subtract x on both sides so that you're separating the y on its own side.
Okay.
So then after subtracting the x from both sides, you would get y equals negative x plus 10.
Great. Okay. That to me looks more like this equation down here. Okay. And so then you said we want to do what next?
So then this is when you can start graphing it at this point. So what I first do is I would put the dot on my B. So the first dot you go is at the top at 10.
So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I just drew 10 dash marks. I'm not going to label them all because that would take up a lot of space. Okay.
So the slope part is where it can get tricky for some people because it's confusing.
Okay. Walk us through it.
Okay. So the M is -1. So the way that you know that is from like when you're given a line, you would go down 1 because it's a negative, and you would go over to the right. So either it's up to the right or down to the right, depending on if it's negative or positive.
Okay.
So because we're given a negative, we would go down to the right.
Okay. Can you give me a number to start at?
10.
Okay.
10.
So I'm gonna zoom in a little bit, and I'm gonna start at 10.
And then
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so I have 10 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have -10. Okay. So I'm all set up. So tell me again what I'm gonna do if my M equals -1.
You would go down 1 and then over to the right 1.
Over to the right 1. Okay, so this is lining up with this.
Yep, those.
Okay, cool.
So, and then you continue that pattern. So from where the dot that we just made right there, down 1, then over to the right. And then you don't have to continue it like extremely far down, but it's that pattern that you would just go down until you feel like stopping with the dots.
Okay, is this the staggered line that you were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so then what, is this my final answer?
Yeah, that's your final answer.
Okay, if I wanted to, because I was just telling them that a linear equation plots a straight line. So if I wanted to plot the straight line for this, what would I have to do?
So where the lines go out from like the different points, you just put dots on them and then you just draw a straight line through the points. Yeah.
So these, I'm gonna try to draw it straight. Cool, so I've got my straight line.
Yep.
One thing that I feel a little like is sometimes confusing is, so you had this -1, but how did you know like to go down 1 and over 1? Like how did you do that process?
Okay, I know. Never mind. So for y equals mx plus b, where we wrote the problem at, where we figured out, where we did, okay, so where it says y equals -x plus 10, we're given -x as our slope, and because it's x and that equals 1, it's -1 technically.
Perfect. And then the other thing I guess I just want to get at is M is your slope, right? And a slope is always going to be, is it rise over run? Is that what it is?
It's rise over.
So it's rise over run. and rise means that it's either going up or down, and run means it's going side to side. Right. So if I have m equals -1, then what is my rise and what is my run?
The rise is -1, right? And then +1?
Yeah, exactly. Also, my computer is at 1% battery right now, so if I disappear, that's what's happened. But so I'm gonna zoom in really quick in our last minute of this. And so we drew this, we drew this line, right? You told me to go down 1, so that was my rise, because remember, I guess rise goes up and down. And then you told me that my run is 1, so I'm going over 1. So I'm going down 1 over 1. Okay, so sometimes I like to write it like this, just so that I keep track. Even if I have a whole number, -1, I like to draw my -1 over 1 so that I know what both my rise and my run are, so that every time
I think she disappeared. Joni.
Okay. The low battery came and got her.
I'll continue explaining. Basically, I usually don't do this when it's like a 1 because of the fact that to me it's unnecessary. But for some people, if it's more confusing, the best thing to do is draw it as a fraction. So like if we have -1, it'll be -1 over 1. So you're going down 1, which is the negative, and then you're going over 1 to the right, because that line is a whole, like a line of positive numbers, and the other line on the other side is negative numbers.
Yeah, thank you so much, Amaya. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Man, by the time this is over, I'm going to know algebra.
Yep.
I'm going to know it. Hey, Arya. What's up? Right. All right. I'll see you later, Maya. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Bye.
All right. See y'all. Yeah. Man, yo, the low battery devils got this, Kaitlyn, but it's okay though, because Maya got us over the finish line. Man, a great session again. Man, I swear, yo, by the time this is over, I'm gonna know algebra like for real. All these linear equations and X this and X that. Hold up, here go Miss Kaitlyn.
My God. I didn't want to interrupt us earlier because Amaya was doing such a great job.
Oh no, you good. Amaya just went on and finished explaining it and all that. Yeah, no, so we good. You fine.
Thank goodness for Amaya. She really brings us home.
That's what I'm saying, right? She took us right over the finish line. But I was just telling them, I'm going to know algebra by the time all this is over.
Yo, she did so well. She explained everything like way better than I could ever do. So I'm
great
so
job.
That she came on.
A great job. Yeah, and we are very appreciative for you, man. You getting people on grade level, Miss Kaitlyn.
Doing our best. All right, Miss Jenny, I will see you on Friday. And I'll bring you the charger next time.
Yes, we see you on Friday with the charger.
All right, bye.
All right, bye-bye. Yo, I love Miss Kaitlyn, man. I love Miss Kaitlyn. But we had another great day of success sessions, y'all. Man, all day was straight fire. So you already know what it is, y'all. Tell a friend to tell a friend. You want to be successful, this is where you need to be. What's the day? Wednesday? So what do I have today? Winning Wednesdays. How could I forget? Man, we got Winning Wednesdays. That's starting at 6 with Miss England. So we'll be right back here. If you are a part of Coach Johnson's entrepreneur class, we'll see you at 4:15 to work on your businesses. That's all we working on is youth businesses. Yeah, and I guess that's it, man. I know, Cam, it's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, so I'll see y'all later, 6 o'clock with Miss England, if y'all going to be on Winning Wednesdays. And if not, then tomorrow, 10 o'clock, right cheer. See y'all.